morning headlines before you step out, midday updates while you walk, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
If you like, I can sit on the protocol that the compare of this program has ably laid down. And thank you very much for laying down the protocol. Let me begin by thanking our host, Governor of Bauchi State, Senator Bala Mohammed, for warm reception and special hospitality we were accorded since yesterday. We appreciate the efforts you and your collaborators have put into this program for its success. And it is an important program at an important time. You are the host with the most. Thank you. Let me come to my brother and colleague, the founder, the chief host, the convener, President Goodluck Jonathan. Ladies and gentlemen, in my part of the world, names are very important, and they are meaningful and significant. And you give names to children as a result of events or happenings in the family, or wishes for the child or the family. You can see how good luck continue to trail my brother. Without being voted for, he became governor. Without being voted for, he became president. Of course, on his own recognition and at the right occasion, he subsequently got his own votes. And we are here because the good luck, or because of his good luck. May good luck continue to follow you wherever you go, and follow all of us wherever we go. I say thank you again for bringing us together. You have the foundation to promote peace and prosperity with annual conference generally titled Democracy Dialogue. For this year, the theme which we are to deliberate is beyond election and political parties and the judiciary save African democracy. That is active. But what are we talking about? Is the African democracy? Let not deceive ourselves. Let us not deceive ourselves. There's nothing like African democracy. We were given Western liberal democracy by our colonial master. I will come to that. Before I got a copy of printed program last night, and before having a short encounter, the executive director of the Good Luck Jonathan Foundation, I was a little bit confused. And my 2 or 3 minutes exchange with substantially reduced the magnitude of the confusion. Before I expose my confusion, and how part of it was clear, I hope more will be cleared by the end of this day. But let me thank President Dr. Nasser once again for nominating me as the chairman for this very important dialogue. For quite some time, I have been increasingly worried about the performance of democracy in Africa and indeed in other regions of the world. And I believe that Good Luck Jonathan Foundation was also worried about it. And that was why your theme last year was talking about the death of democracy, or words to that effect. Let me emphasize that we are referring to Western liberal democracy, because the Chinese will not agree with you that their own democracy is dying. And maybe the Swiss, who are still practicing some form of direct democracy, may also not agree with you that their democracy is dying. We are referring to Western liberal democracy, which is practiced in Europe, the Americas, substantial part of Southeast Asia, and Australia, and of course, here on the continent of Africa. Since our European colonial masters had nothing else, they gave us what they had. We swallowed it, talk, and barrel. Let us it deliver, or is it delivering, or will it deliver? These are the questions that we must ask ourselves. And these are the questions that are very, very important. It doesn't matter whether political parties remain as they remain, but I hope they will not remain as they remain. Our judiciary is captured, controlled, or independent of what need is judiciary in government making. What purpose does it serve that when millions of people are voted, then 5 people will come to decide either in favor or against the decision of millions of people? Is that democracy? That cannot be democracy. And if that cannot be democracy, what is judiciary doing in democracy? It's like when Akintola was dealing with the Midwesterners in the Western region of those days, after Midwestern region had been created. And Napata came and said, Akintola, I shouldn't be going to the Midwest because my name is Apata, it's a Yoruba name. And he said, spell your Apata. And he said, A-K-P-A-T-A. But Yoruba spelling of Apata has no K in it. So Akintola said, what is K doing in Apata? I think we can ask ourselves, what is the judiciary doing in government and democracy? Why has it not been done? Let me go a little bit back. A simple definition of democracy. Simple. It's a system of government where power belongs to the people. Simple. Citizens exercise their power either by voting directly on laws, which is still practiced in Switzerland by and large, or through representative democracy by choosing leaders to make rules for them and on their behalf. So what we are practicing is representative democracy. But what is the objective of true working and delivering democracy and governance? I encapsulate this in good governance, which takes care of the welfare and well-being of the people, all the people, inclusive, egalitarian, with equity, sense and feeling of belonging, and the stake in all aspects of nation's life and activity. Full protection of life and property, no marginalization, no discrimination, no exclusion. Democracy that works is meant to deliver dividends of democracy in terms of quality of life and living for all the people within a geographical entity, all the nation. Let me make a few points before yielding the floor. My brother who will follow me after. I live here. People's representative community and political party. What we had was people's representative, no political party. Then community representative. And that degenerated, and I watch my language, degenerated to political party representative. So those people who are elected, or whatever they are, from their different constituency, they are taken over by the political party. And they are no longer representing the interest of their community or the constituency they control. So we have no African democracy. The West, or the Western liberal democracy that we inherited, grew from monarchy. Hence, you can have government and loyal opposition, loyal to the monarchy. But when you talk of loyal opposition in an African setting, and I have gone into many of African languages, opposition means enemy. That's the word. Then you have a loyal enemy. So what do you do with your enemy? You crush him and destroy him. And that's what you have. But when Western liberal democracy was developing, the monarch was there. And the government and opposition were all loyal. The democracy we practice has no African context, no African content. And if you try to practice, to use what is not meant for you, to serve your purpose, it's like the dress for which you are not measured. You trying to put it on is either too small for you or too big for you. It will not fit and it will not serve your purpose. In practice, what we have winner takes all. First past post. If you beat me by one vote, then you take it all. And whatever I have does not matter. See, poor management of diversity. You cannot have a democracy that completely right roughshod over diversity. Because in African society and in most societies, the core is diversity. Nigeria is what it is because of our diversity. Remove diversity out of Nigeria, you will probably have the Republic of Oduduwa. That will not be Nigeria. Or Republic of Danfodio. That will not be Nigeria. That diversity must be nourished and must be taken care of. We now have power of money, another inducement. And you know how that have been growing by leaps and bounds. Foreign intervention, pervasive poverty does not help democracy. Neither does illiteracy help democracy. We have gender bias. In Nigeria, I think we have been going with this, you call this one fourth republic. I mean, what do you call it? Fourth republic, we have not elected a female governor. In 24 years, I mean, no more than 24, 27 years. And yet, there are people we are electing. Most of them lack character. They lack attributes and values that can endure and can uplift. But what is the way forward? I believe we need more than borrowing political parties and the judiciary. They are important, particularly as what we practice now. Democracy is not a destination. It is a journey. And there is no country that has ever reached the end of that journey. Western liberal democracy even for those from whom we got it, they are now thinking of the thinking. They are thinking the second look. And if they are taking a second look, shouldn't we, upon whom it was imposed, shouldn't we be looking inward and looking back for something that would be fairly authentic African? Call it what you like. Just make sure it has history, culture, and values that are African. You can call it African democracy if you like. You can call it African democracy. In that case, it will be African with African context and African content. Political party may be part of it, as we may think, as we go along, but in a different way. And the judiciary may have little or nothing to do with democracy and establishment of government. We have to do innovative, positively disruptive thinking. And think and take action out should begin with the re-examination of people representative or community representative, rather than the hijacked representative by political party. Thank you, and I wish you success in the legislation.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good care of us. There are a number of deputy governors here representing their governors. The deputy governor of Plateau State, I saw her. Also, the deputy governor of Bauchi State is here, and others. And let me sincerely appreciate my friend, His Excellency, the former governor of Taraba State, Jolly, here representing the governor of Taraba State. Thank you so much. And also the former governor of Plateau State, who were in Plateau to celebrate his 80th birthday. Thank you for being here with us. I will mention the other people later, but we must appreciate the keynote speaker. Thank you for your excellent speech. And let me at least give my little brief speech before I go into the vote of thanks, because my duty as the chairman of the foundation is to give a closing remarks and also appreciation for those of you who are here for this program. As we conclude this year's democracy dialogue, I wish to sincerely thank all our participants, partners, and the government and people of Bauchi State for making this engagement highly successful. Once again, we have demonstrated that Africa possesses the ideas, experiences, and collective resolve to strengthen democratic governance in the continent. This dialogue has never been conceived as a standalone annual ritual. No, it was supposed not to be a ritual. Since its inception in 2021, this edition has deliberately built on the last, advancing a coherent conversation about the future of democracy in Africa. Our inaugural dialogue that was held in 2021, and our keynote speaker was Professor Bashili, examined democracy and the unity of the state, reminding us that democracy cannot endure where citizens feel excluded from the state. We agree that national unity, inclusion, respect for diversity, and continuous dialogue are the foundation upon which democratic governance must rest. In 2023, as the one my governor referred to, it was held in Bayelsa State, and our keynote speaker was Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, explored the relationship between democracy and development, concluding that elections alone cannot sustain democracy. Citizens will continue to believe in democratic governance only when it delivers peace, opportunity, justice, and improved living conditions. In 2024, it was held in Benin, Edo State, and the keynote speaker was Professor Olubayi. Focus on education. We deviate a lot. We said that if African countries must develop, then we must have an educational system like we have in India, that every country has some best brains. The fingers are not always equal, and the brains are not equal. That's why even in the universities you have past level degrees, third class, second class lower, second class upper, first class. Among the first class, so you have first class or first class. And for us to move, you must have innovators, creators, good people that will be good scientists, economists, good lawyers, globally accepted. And this must come from your best brains. So a society must have the ability to crop up these best brains. In fact, the keynote speaker described them as genetic accidents. That you have such people that are exceptionally brilliant. The mother may not be that too brilliant, the father may not be that too brilliant, but you get a young girl or a young boy becoming exceptionally brilliant. You must have a system that can pick this crop of people and develop them so that they can take their country to where you want to go. In fact, when I was in office, we came up with that concept of presidential special scholarship for innovation and development. We picked the best from among the first class in the STEM areas and sent them to the best universities in the world. The idea was for us to get the crop of scientists that can take Nigeria to the moon. So that was the center with what we discussed in Benin. In 2025, it was hosted in Ghana, and the keynote speaker was Bishop Matthew Cooker. We confronted the difficult question, why do democracies die? And I remember the keynote speaker said that democracies will not die. We recognize that democratic decline is seldom sudden, but it begins with the gradual erosion of institutions, disregard for constitutional norms, abuse of power, and declining public trust. This year's theme, beyond elections, can political parties and the judiciary save Africa's democracy? Though President Obasanjo said, well, we don't have anything like African democracy. What we have is Western liberal democracy. Probably would have put it this way. Can political parties and the judiciary save democracy in Africa? Actually, because I'm not an historian, but from the little knowledge of history I know, we don't have indigenous democracy. We are ruled by emirs and kings. And the kings or the emirs make their laws, preside over their laws, are judges over their laws, and execute their laws. So there was not like democracy. So if we must go democratic, that means that we must develop our own concept of democracy. Probably that's what my executive directors will look at. Maybe one of these will join the Obasanjo's team to also re-examine the issue of what brand of democracy can we grow in Africa. I always say if you take at the top level of presidency, maybe the Swiss model, where they don't have one powerful person, maybe the best for some of the African countries. In Switzerland, there's no one person that is the overall boss at any particular time. You have few people that make up what I may describe as a presidential college. So no one person take a decision that affects the whole country. Any sensitive decision must be taken by all these people. And I know I hosted one of them when I was the vice president. I said that their forefathers believed that when one person has so much powers, it is dangerous to society. And most African countries, we have this powerful one person that has so much powers. And in some cases, we are seeing that it's becoming dangerous to some of the African societies. Across Africa, elections have become more regular. But democracy cannot be measured by elections alone. I think so many of the speakers in the panel also said that. Elections alone are not the standard measurement of democracy. I don't know, Aneke, do you have that chart? There is a chart I asked them to project, but if it is not there, okay. Oh, it is there. Is this clear? Okay, yeah. If you look at that chart, you will see the bar charts going very high and going down based on 34 countries that the Afrobarometer checked. They interviewed 34 countries. And the first is that, which form of government do you prefer in Africa or in your country? And more than 70% of the people to a population like this, and you ask, what is the best food you want to eat? And they say jollof rice. 70 to 80% of the people say they want to eat jollof rice. Then you serve the jollof rice and the other cuisines, yam, potato, and others. And at the end of the day, only 20% eat the jollof rice. And you ask yourself, 80% say they want to eat jollof rice. We serve jollof rice with others, and only 20% eat the jollof rice. That means that something must be fundamentally wrong with that jollof rice. Maybe that jollof rice is smelling. As they move close to it, they perceive a repulsive odor and they pull back. And that is the story of Africa. If you look at the chart, the story is not too bad at the top because some countries are doing well. The base, though this 2024, not 2026, a country like Gabon, only 11% of the population say that 11% of the population say that they're happy with the practice of democracy in their country. 11%. As for Swahili, it's not very clear here. It's about 18%. Angola, about 17%. Mali, 22%. It goes on. But on top, we see that Tanzania, as of 2024, I hope it's still this way, about 84 people were pleased with democracy. Followed by Morocco, 70%, and our sister country, Ghana, where the chairman of the ruling party is here, 66%. So we can clap for Ghana for being there. So it clearly shows that there's something fundamentally wrong with democracy. So but we must agree that there is no universally accepted model of democracy, because every nation has its own history and political realities. Yes, there are at least 8 universally accepted democratic pillars that every country should strive to uphold. If you're actually practicing democracy, globally, we agree that there are 8 pillars of democracy. If you deviate from this, then you cannot say you are practicing democracy. First is the sovereignty of the people. The sovereignty of the people. Democracy begins with the people. Sovereignty means that the ultimate power to govern belongs to the citizens. What the citizens who exercise that power by choosing the leaders they want that can influence public policy. That is the first pillar in terms of hierarchy. The second is rule of law. The rule of law means that everyone is subject to the law, regardless of status or position. It ensures fairness, justice, and equal treatment for all. If that is lacking in the country, then of course there's no democracy there. The third is the separation of powers. The principle divides, of course we know the principle of separation of powers. At least, if we have monarchy, then we know. But if it is democracy, then the judiciary, just like even other discussion mentioned in the last fire chat group, they mentioned, the judiciary must be completely independent of the executive. And the parliament must be relatively, I say relatively because members of the parliament and the executive belong to the same political party. So sometimes it's actually difficult to cut a line between the parliament and the executive. In the parliamentary system, first and foremost, you must be elected as a member of the parliament before you even be appointed as a minister. So on one leg you're a minister, on another leg you're in the parliament. So it's difficult to separate the parliament from the executive. But the judiciary should be completely separated from the rest of governments. The fourth, protection of fundamental rights and freedoms. Democracy safeguards essential human rights, such as freedom of speech, religion, assembly, and the press, allowing citizens to live with dignity and express themselves freely. So if citizens are gagged, if the civil space is choked by the executive, then of course there is no democracy. The fifth pillar, accountability and transparency. Democratic leaders are answerable to the people for the actions and decisions they take. Transparency ensures that government processes are open and accessible, helping to build trust and reduce corruption. Of course, when I was in power, that's why we signed the Freedom of Information Bill, so that if people want to know details about what any department of government is doing, the law allows you to ask questions, and if they don't, they are culpable. 6, free and credible election. So free and credible election is number 6 by hierarchy. Elections must be conducted fairly, regularly, and without intimidation or manipulation. They allow citizens to choose their. So, if you don't have free and fair elections, then of course they are not practicing any democracy. And political pluralism. Political pluralism encourages the existence of multiple political parties and diverse opinions. In a democracy, people must have their different views. But having their different views should not be an issue. Because the common popular language in democracy is that the minority have their say, but the majority will have their way. So don't close the mouth of the minority. Allow them to say something. Allow them to express themselves freely, even though that will not give them the votes. An active civil society. A strong democracy depends on citizens, community groups, non-governmental organizations, the media, and other civic bodies actively participating in public life, advocating for good governance, and holding leaders accountable. So if the civil society is not allowed to be active in any country, then of course you are not practicing the kind of standard democracy by definition. It is important to know that no country will score perfectly on every one of these backbones of democracy. However, where democracy is flourishing, we should expect substantial compliance with most of them. If a nation consistently upholds the majority or at least 6 of these cornerstones, democracy is likely to remain stable, resilient, and sustainable. But when several of these foundations of democracy are weakened, what emerges is not a genuine democracy, but a pseudo-democracy, one that retains democratic forms while steadily losing democratic substance and its gravitas. That is why this conversation is not about Nigeria alone, it's about Africa. I'm worried that more than 60% of our conversation today was based on the Nigerian political environment. We wanted an African political environment and analysis that will cut across the continent, not just about Nigeria. Our foundation normally hold conferences getting close to elections. We will do that next year, and that will be based mainly on the Nigerian political environment. But this is continental, so we expected a broader discussion along the country. That is why this conversation is not about Nigeria alone, it's about Africa. We must honestly examine how our countries measure against these democratic standards. Political parties must become true democratic institutions. They should uphold internal democracy, recruit credible leaders, respect their own rules, formulate policies, and place national interests above partisan advantage. So we put a lot of weight on the political parties, a lot of weight on the judiciary, but for the political parties, sometimes we give them burdens also. I listened to the retired Justice of the Supreme Court, and it's true that we carry loads to them to carry. So what do you expect them to do? They have to do something. And I remember something I even asked the former Senate President. Luckily he's here, Senator Sayim, and Jolly Yami is also here. In this present dispensation called the Fourth Republic, when we came in 98-99, we were screened by the security. I remember when myself and my principal then, late Alamisia, who retired as a squadron leader in the Air Force, who is the equivalent of a major, we were so screened, we spent a lot of time. But immediately the government was formed, members of the National Assembly now said that security services should not be involved in screening those who want to hold political offices. Of course, they hang on the Constitution, that the Constitution gives qualification to contest election, and screening by the security services is not one of them. So it sounds interesting. So there was no longer security screening. The burden was passed on to the political parties. That's what I'm talking about, the parties. That the parties should make sure they screen the people they are presenting for election. So if you have been a criminal in their community, maybe you have been raping women, stealing things, and doing all kinds of things, and you have not been convicted by a court, nobody has taken you to court, you can contest, you want to be the governor of the state. Ordinarily, the party is supposed to be, this man or this woman does not have the qualities of representing anybody, and say, we will not give you our ticket. Ordinarily, that was the power given to the political parties. But then we now challenge the parties. You must be democratic. And sometimes those who have questionable character are those who have the money to prosecute the primaries. So it becomes a problem. And the problem is that you see that when we are in the 4th session of the National Assembly, and I think 23rd January, 2007, when 2008, yes, 23rd January 2008, when David Mark was the Senate President, something happened in the Senate. One senator who was a former DIG, Nuhu Aliyu, he represented Niger North Central District. But before retiring as a DIG, DIG in Nigeria, Deputy Inspector General of Police, second to the last, he was in charge of Forces Criminal Investigation, Lagos. And he sat on the floor of the Senate, that looking around the Senate, he has seen so many criminals. That people he investigated. And though he didn't tell us why he did not jail them, but somehow, to be fair to him, he was still talking when the Senate President stopped him from talking. So these are the problems the political parties are also facing. Can they, in all honesty, allow somebody who they believe is not decent enough to contest as a governor, senator, or whatever? Will the courts agree if this person passed through a system they call primaries and he emerges? So it's a complex system. Just like retired Chief Justice said, in terms of the judiciary, the judicial officials adjudicating political cases must be guided by the principles symbolized by, of course, if in Nigeria, I don't know whether in other countries, so we have people who are lawyers. Even one of the discussants from the Gambia is a lawyer, the lady. If you are going to the court, what represents the court is a symbol of a female judge that is, they blind her eyes, carrying a scale and a sword. So the judge is supposed to be blind. Justice Hamilton are supposed to be blind, holding the scale. And based on the balance of your court, do we say we are doing that now? Our judge is blind in taking decisions, and are they placing the sword based on the balance of evidence? That's a question for another day. But judges must be fair. Judicial officers should be fair. Everybody has said that, so I don't need to overstress it. As a final guardian of constitutional order, it must remain independent, impartial, and faithful to the law. In few African countries, we have increasingly witnessed situations where electoral contests are ultimately settled more in courtrooms than at the ballot boxes. And of course, I don't need to emphasize that, because I know that The Nigerian situation is different from most other African countries. I described the Nigerian situation. That's why I listened to the discussions and I said that the Nigerian situation is extremely different from most other countries. The kind of litigations we pass through and what we see doesn't happen in all other African countries. So if you have been operating only in Nigeria, you think that is applied to all African countries. I can describe the Nigerian situation as a very anomalous situation. The first thing we learn when we study water in elementary science, the anomalous properties of water, is, I remember I used to tell people this story. When I was the vice president, when Nigeria and South Africa, we had this binational commission. It was started in Obasanjo's time. And the deputy president of South Africa and the vice president of Nigeria were co-chairs. So when I was the deputy vice president, it was the 10th anniversary. Our second year was the 10th anniversary. And I was worried about the political litigations in Nigeria. And I was feeling that, look, we must do something to stop it. How would somebody be elected as a governor or a president or any other, while sitting in office, you are still going to court? Then what is the essence of the immunity clause in the Constitution? If you still be dragged to court and so on. So can we do something that all this must end before we are inaugurated? So when we had that program, I asked my colleague then, the deputy president of South Africa, it was the lady who became a speaker later. First, when I asked, her face, the expression on her face was that of surprise. Then she turned and said, Jonathan, why would somebody go to court after losing the election? So she was surprised that in Nigeria people go to court after losing the election. In South Africa, nobody goes to court after losing the election. Here, you are surprised that somebody did not go to court after losing. In fact, here, when you are making the election budget, you include that of litigation. You must prepare for that. And we know the reason, which I may not bore you today. So it's not so bad in most African countries. And that is why, listening to the chairman of the ruling party in Ghana and so on, some of those things, he said, yes, it can happen in Ghana, but it cannot happen in Nigeria. Why people are worried about the judiciary taking that decision is because of the kind of judgment people see. If people appreciate at least 70% of, they are not angels, they may make mistakes. If people appreciate 70% of the political judgment coming up, people will surely say that, yes, of course, cases must go to court. And I agree totally that democracy is like an ecosystem. So many people play key roles. Political parties play a role. The electoral management bodies play a key role. The security services play a key role. The judiciary play a key role. Civil society, media people play a key role. Even the international community, by sending observers, play a key role. So even the voters play their own role. So everybody plays a role. But what we are saying is that in some cases that are a bit controversial, it is better for the elections to go back to the people. But I totally agree with the analysis given by the last panel also. Okay, will you say during an election somebody stabbed somebody during election and you say no, that is election, should not go to court? Should go to court because it's a criminal offense. Or somebody carried the ballot paper and run away. It's a criminal offense, and so on. But there are some cases that go to court that we feel is not necessary. Like somebody spoke, even the intrusion into the internal dynamics of the political parties, like party primaries and so on. Like before, parties had the authority to present, if you present a bad candidate, you lose the election and that party wins, fine. But now the courts decide, like somebody said, they decide the candidates, they even decide which political party should be recognized or not recognized, and it's raising all kinds of dust in the political environment in Nigeria. So I don't want to keep you for too long, but let me sincerely use the opportunity again to thank all of you who have come. The keynote speaker, thank you so much. The other panelists, I appreciate. the moderator, I thank you so much. Our retired judges of the Supreme Court, thank you for coming. I didn't believe you were going to make it. Thank you. And my good friend, the national chairman of the ruling party in Ghana, thank you for coming and thank you for your contribution. We know that there are some ambassadors are here. The Gambia, Cameroon, and I think 1 or 2 other countries. I have to thank you for coming. And our traditional rulers, the emir of Bauchi, sorry, I didn't recognize him from the one because I was in a hurry, please. And the chairman of the Bauchi State Council of Emirs and Traditional Rulers, thank you for leading your traditional rulers, your Royal Highnesses to come for this program. I have to thank all of you on behalf of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation and use this unique opportunity to invite you maybe for the next year. We have not taken a decision where it will be held and of course the topic. But most cases, our topic emanates from the conversations. And we will listen to critical conversations here about the brand of democracy that could be good for Africa, whether we have one at all. I think an earlier conversation was held in the Obasanjo Library. So probably we can partner with them and see whether we can review it. We're also looking at the kind of, if we look at the structure of government alone, and do we really continue with this one man having this maximum powers to cut the yam anyhow he likes? Or we dilute the powers and adopt a model similar to the Swiss model, where any major decision that will affect the country must all the members of that team must take that decision. Or if the country must spend so big money on a big project, it must be agreed by everybody that the project is meaningful to the country. And probably that is why, even without resources, Switzerland has one of the strongest economies in the world, because it's politically stable. No one person dictates what happens in the country and makes the parliament very, very strong. So probably maybe, do we go back to the pre-independence and early independent days of having a parliamentary system where at least the powers are shared? You have the chief executive of the country that manages the resources of the country, the prime minister, and the president that commands the troops. The president or the king or like the queen in England, but in other countries, the president that commands the troops. So the prime minister too will fear the president that commands the troops. And the president that fears commands the troops must respect the prime minister because he holds the pulse of the country. So at least the presidential powers are divided, shared by two people, unlike in Nigeria, that one person has a vote. So probably we need to have more conversation on the structure of leadership in Africa and what model will best suit for our own unique circumstances. And I believe next year we'll invite all of you again, and please oblige us to attend. I thank you all.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good day and welcome once again to Hearts and Soul with St. Rachel. I have on the studio with me a learned gentleman, but I'm not going to do the introduction, so he's going to do his introduction by himself. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Hello, viewer. I am Barrister Kenneth Okonkwo. I'm a legal practitioner. I'm also a minister of the gospel. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Barrister Pastor Kenneth Okonkwo, welcome today to Heart and Soul. Heart and Soul is a reality show where we try to be real. We make ourselves vulnerable so that others could be healed, so that we can also be healed. We talk about those things that are deep in our heart, those things that, you know, sometimes we don't even want to mention it because we think it shouldn't be said. But in those secrets, in those things that we hold closed up, that is where our healing is, I've observed. And that is actually where the healing of so many others are. So today we're just going to delve into relationship. It's usually about relationships. It's about personal relationships. It's about marriages. It's about parenting. It's about anything. Those things that touch the heart. Those things that touch the soul. Those things that make our being. Those things that will, you know, bring healing to souls and to bodies. So you're welcome to Heart and Souls.
Thank you very much.
And without wasting much time, we're going to be talking about divorce. I'm very glad that you said you're a man of God, and I know that you are, and you're also a legal practitioner. So what does it really mean? And why is it, you know, so rampant these days?
Well, divorce is rampant in our generation because most people prepare for weddings without preparing for marriages. So you find out that when a young man meets a young lady and proposes, the whole effort is how to have a society wedding. And so they spend so much resources to make sure that every I's and T's are dotted and then crossed, without knowing that a wedding could happen in a space of probably 3 to 4 hours, and that is the end. But then the marriage starts, and that is where your character will be tested. That is where your patience will be tested. Now it is said that courtship brings out the best, but marriage brings out the rest. So divorce is very rampant because many people are not prepared to pay the price of, you know, remaining happily ever after. There is the price of patience, there is the price of forgiveness, there is the price of humility. And one major aspect of humility that is required to make every marriage work is the ability to be corrected and then the ability to accept correction. Most people don't admit that they are wrong. I mean, I've had to handle issues along this line. I've met women that told me that their husbands don't say sorry. And because of that, they themselves made up their minds never to say sorry again. I've met men also who told me that their wives don't say sorry. And so when you don't admit that you are wrong, that marriage will not be happy. Even if the other party, at the end of the day, will come back to say, okay, I'm sorry. Even when she's not supposed to say that or is not supposed to say that, the man or the woman will not be happy inside of their hearts.
Okay, so from your explanation, divorce happened because people refuse to take responsibility. People refuse to respond as appropriately as they should. People refuse to, oblige one another or compromise sometimes. And there is high incidence of that in our society, not just in Nigeria. Nigeria is just coming up. But in the church as well, what could make it be like that? Because I know in a lot of times when weddings happen, in fact, I don't even know if there is any other thing. It is said for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, for good or for bad and all that. And after that, sometimes you see marriages that collapse within the first 6 months, within the first 1 year. And what could be the problem? What exactly could be the problem? Because the church, for example, has a way of training people before they get married, explaining things to people before. Most churches won't wed them if they don't know them. Most churches won't wed any couple if they have not gone through a process of training. So how come they still fall apart?
The answer is very simple. Before Jesus left the earth, he gave his disciples an instruction to go into all the worlds and make disciples of all nations. Now, a disciple is a trainer or a learner, a student, an apprentice who aims to become like his master at the end of the day. And so that assignment has been abandoned. So because the end point of discipleship is that disciple will become like Jesus Christ in character. So now the focus has changed in our today's church. So, and that has helped to increase the divorce rate in our society today. Let me just give an instance. In 2022, she's a sister in Catholic Church. She was supposed to wed between February and March of that year. But then the first day she told me was cancelled. And I asked her what was wrong. She said that the Catholic Bishop of Enugu Diocese said that he had over 1,000 divorce cases on his table. And he was wondering what the case was, that he needed to look into why all these things were happening. So now, if the church will focus on raising people who understand the essence of marriage, because in the beginning, God instituted marriage to accomplish his own purpose. He said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion. Now, when he made man out of the male man, because God made man, both the male and female in his image, but out of the male, he brought out the female version of him. And then, prior to that time, he had already given Adam an assignment to tend the garden and mend it. So, marriage is for the accomplishment of divine purpose. And so when the partners are coming together, they are not just coming there to reproduce. They are coming there because there is an assignment to be accomplished for God. And that is yes, that assignment from the biblical point of view is to have dominion. But then we have different aspects of places in the society where we have dominion. But dominion mandate is the mandate of every man. You understand?
Is it dominion over your partner or dominion over what exactly?
Thank you. Well, but God defined it is have dominion over the earth. He mentioned birds of the air, fishes, and that means the earth. Dominion over the devils and demons of darkness. But it's not dominion over a fellow man. No.
Or woman.
Or woman. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know, and of course statistics has said that most of the reasons why divorce occur beyond what you just said is related to resources?
Yeah.
Financing? So how is that, and why is it a problem? Because like I asked in the first instance, people go through a process before they get married. Is it that they didn't ask the right questions, or what exactly happens? And how and why is money the issue, usually the issue?
Now, it is said that it takes finance to advance romance.
Yeah, okay, interesting.
Yeah. That is, I love you, and without resources, it usually brings problem in our society today, where wealth and materialism is exalted. Now, however, God made man a being in 3 dimensions. Man is a spirit primarily, and then he has a soul, and he lives in a body. So man has spiritual needs, then he has emotional needs, then he has material needs. And for you to get your material needs satisfied, you must have money. But now, when the Bible said that money answereth all things, it is not referring to the emotional things or the spiritual things. It's the material things that money answereth all things. Because money does not buy peace of mind, does not buy love, does not buy health. Even there are people that have money but they cannot afford, their health is in problem. So the truth about money is that without money, no marriage can truly succeed, because it takes money to buy a good car.
Yeah.
The last time I traveled to Abuja, I went by road because I considered the resources at my disposal, and I said, no, with the needs in my home, I can't fly. Meanwhile, there is need for food and all that. So I had to travel by road. Do you know, I got to Abuja the next day. I got to my destination by 4 minutes past 2 a.m. of the next day.
What happened?
Now, because the bus did not leave on time. And then, of course, finally, there were a lot of hold-ups on the way. But when I was coming back, I had to fly. Now, why am I mentioning financial resources here? When you have money, you will enjoy ease in a good number of things. And when there is no money there, and meanwhile there are needs in the home, the woman will start releasing the fire on the man. Okay,
just there, hold it there. Is it only the woman that is always, worried about money? Is it not men too? Because I hear about something like 80-20 and 20-80 and stuff like that. And that is where a woman has to produce the other part, the greater parts. And there are homes like that. And I will right away put the Bible where it says that a wise woman builds her home.
Her home.
So it is the woman that builds that home. So how come we are looking at the woman as the cause of the problem when there is no money?
Yes, the reason is because God designed that man should be the one taking care of the home. It's natural. Even amongst the animals, apart from lion, that is, the lioness is the one that goes out to hunt.
Okay.
Yeah. Then the female lion, rather the male lion, will now step back to take care of the home. That is the only animal where the female hunts. In the natural in other aspects of life, it is the man that is the head of the home, and it is his responsibility to provide for the home. So when there is lapse in provision, and meanwhile there is need, it will get to a point where the woman will no longer take it, especially in our own time, because in the olden days when it was just farming, materialism was not being promoted, marriages were successful, because all a man needed to do was just get to the farm and then plant corn, plant yam, and then food will be provided. But it is no longer like that. So the reason why the woman usually be the one to react is because the assignment of the man primarily is to provide for the
Okay,
home.
let me just go ahead and ask this. If the man in the beginning of that marriage or that marriage relationship, it was the woman that was earning higher, that was supporting, because I know some people, it is actually the woman that woos the man into that relationship.
Yeah.
So how come it becomes a problem midways? What changed? Because something must have happened. If somebody has willingly said, don't worry, I'm going to do it and I'm going to do it, and all of a sudden, could it be something like abuse? Could it be that the man has been taking the woman for red or something? Let me hear from you, sir.
Okay. Now, of course, in life, our destinies are different. A woman could be a woman, but divinely, she's designed to make money. She could have more resources, and I have instances upon instances. where the woman is rich. In fact, the husband is not even rich. Yeah. So, but one thing about financial resources is that if you're not humble, you could get to a point where you want to now control the man because you are the one that pays all the bills. You understand? So when a woman pays the bills, she builds the house, she's the one that provides money for feeding. It gets to a point where she forgets that even though you are the one providing the resources for the home, God still has given you a place in that place, family, and that is the place of submission. So for a woman that understands, that will not be a problem. However, I'm equally aware of some other marriages where the woman is providing and yet the man is taking the woman for granted. There's a present case now. In fact, it's not been long. The person called me on phone. She's not here in Nigeria. She makes good money. And what this man does is that he keeps calling the woman to send money. And I'm not talking about small money. As much as like 30 million. And the woman
they are living apart.
Yeah.
The woman is living abroad and the man is here in Nigeria squandering money.
Yes. And the woman told me she was sending them. And meanwhile, this man is here in Nigeria working, making his own money too.
Okay.
And he wouldn't even explain why he needed those monies.
Okay.
At a point, the woman now decided not to give money again.
Do they have children?
They have one child.
And where is the child? With the man or woman?
Yeah, with the woman.
With the woman?
Yeah.
So what is the request for money about?
I don't understand. Even myself, I was not happy. I was mad.
Is he your friend?
No.
Okay.
She's not my friend.
Is the woman that is your friend?
Yes.
So you are supporting her?
No, I wasn't supporting.
Okay.
I'm not supporting her, but then I hate injustice.
Pastor, I am very glad that you are here and you are both a pastor that's taking care of the spiritual, but you're also a legal person. So at what point should any of the partner react or resort to divorce in a marriage?
Okay.
Relationship.
The Matrimonial Causes Act, that's Section 2, provides for conditions under which a marriage could be dissolved. One is infidelity, and of course that one is scriptural too. That is the only scriptural condition
for divorce.
For divorce, he said, if you can't take it, because actually there are people that
can
forgive
accommodate it.
Infidelity, especially women. There are men also who have forgiven infidelity. So, but the law also recognizes that. However,
what other causes? Is it just infidelity?
It is not just infidelity. Now, the language of the law is when the marriage has broken down irretrievably. And that has to do with the circumstances of the marriage. So, from the circumstances of that marriage, you can now say, okay, this marriage can no longer...
Can we hear some of those circumstances? Because people are listening and our viewers are listening. Some people are trapped in relationships that should have broken down or that had broken down irretrievably and they are still managing it. Please, sir, tell our audience what those circumstances are, because they want to learn, they want to be better, they want to save people.
One of them is physical abuse, and the people that usually suffer this one are the women folk.
Mostly.
Because men naturally are stronger than most women. I've only met strong women physically once in my lifetime.
Really?
Yeah. Many years ago when I was much younger then, so I had a little physical struggle with a girl. Honestly, it was tough for me, even though I defeated her, but it was not easy for me. So if that physical abuse enters into the marriage and it is capable of taking the life of the woman or the man, at that point, that marriage should be dissolved. One of the locus classicus in Nigeria is the case of Osinachi Nwachukwu, the popular gospel singer. I think it was in 2021 or 2022 that she died out of an abusive relationship.
What did you call that? Locus
classicus. It's a popular case.
Yes.
A good example of what we are trying to project. Yeah. And then there are other...
So just let me cut you short now.
Yeah.
Talking about Osinachi, she was a gospel minister and a known minister in the church, and you're a pastor and you're a legal person, and everybody is using her as an example. What should have happened differently? What should the church have done in that case so that she couldn't have died? Was there anything the church should have done?
Well, the church has its own role, and that is that of counseling. The decision is left for the individual, because after her death, we heard some things that happened behind the scenes. The pastor, I don't want to call his name, even though he's a global man, actually advised her to step out. Because if you're in that kind of marriage, you won't make heaven.
Simple.
Simple. Now, prior to this time, I don't accept briefs on divorce, because God said I hate divorce. But when instances started emerging where you are in a marriage and you are dying, the essence of marriage is not being...
And talking about I hate divorce, I hear it a lot of times within our Christian circle. I hate divorce, I hate divorce. And I also know that when God says something, or when the scripture says something repeatedly, that is for emphasis. But this I hate divorce appeared once.
Yeah, right.
And we keep making reference to I hate divorce. And it makes some people stick into a toxic relationship until they die. So how do we really bring this thing together? We are dealing with human beings, and human beings could die. There are things that you might be able to take and condone for 10 years. Some other person might not condone it for 5 years, and the person pies, like the normal Nigerian language. So why must we wait until somebody had pied?
No, of course, if you are in an abusive relationship, it may not just be physical abuse. There is also emotional abuse. Yeah, you should know the point at which you have to step out. Let me tell you, this is a life example. Yeah, I was in Abuja just about 2 weeks ago. The day after I came, a friend called me on phone that she wanted to see me, and I told my sister that I was in her house that this woman has a problem, and my sister knows the person. And then when we met, she told me she had decided to divorce the husband. As I wanted to talk to her, I said, Kenneth, no, don't advise me. I've already made up my mind. I don't want anybody that would destroy this my beautiful life. Now, what is the woman's case? The husband is a womanizer, and he's very handsome. So, and she gave me an instance of when, because she said she warned the husband, any day you contact diseases, you won't infect me with it too. Because the one is a Christian, and she believes so much in divine healing because she attends, Christ Embassy. And at the end of the day, she told me there was a time the husband had a lot of infections. And when she went for tests, none was found on her. Now she told me point blank, I'm quoting her, I don't want anybody that would destroy this my beautiful life. So as a woman, or even the men, because in the case of men, most men don't talk. They will bottle it up. Like Jereza will say, you will be saying, I'm a man, I will bear it. And you are dying. But if you're a woman or whatever a man, you should know the point at which to say bye. Because staying in that marriage means you will go to hell.
So I think we'll take a short break, and after that, we'll come back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
So welcome back. Just before we went on break, we were talking about the scripture that says that God hates divorce. Barrister and pastor, I want to throw it back at you. What does it really mean? And what is the church doing with it? Why are we putting so much emphasis on it and allowing people die in silence?
Okay. Like I said, when we were starting off, God instituted marriage to accomplish his purpose. And once every marriage comes to an end, it means the purpose of God, which should have been accomplished through the couple, has been terminated. So it is on the ground of that God stated that he hated divorce. Now, however, the church is built on the foundation of the prophets, then the apostles, and Jesus Christ himself being the chief cornerstone. That means without Christ, the church cannot stand. Excuse me. So, now there are those that have been called into the office of the apostles. So, some of the directions that we need for today's church, has to be provided by those that are called into that office. And that is why, after the case of Osinachi and some others that were not popular, the church had to come up with that wisdom that if your marriage has gotten to the point where your life will go, call it quits. Jesus said that blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. If there are bitterness in your heart, you're not going anywhere called heaven. It's true. Because, as a matter of fact, I tell Christians that the sin that will take many Christians to hell are the sins of the heart, not the outward ones. It is easier to avoid fornication, adultery, stealing, murder, and all that. But you see the sins of the heart, things like bitterness, unforgiveness, malice, they're in the heart. And you can dress well, preach well, pray well, and yet your heart is not pure. So in our days today, that wisdom has come. It has come to a point where your life will go, because marriage is for the living. Yeah. And by the way, why would you actually stay in a marriage that will terminate your life, that will not lead you to eternity of torment? Because you want to stay probably a 40-year marriage, because most times some people get married in their 30s, and give and take, if you don't die either by witchcraft or by suffering, you will live to become 70 or more. The Bible promises us 70, which is 70 years, and then you will now live for that short number of years and then go to hell and suffer. No, personally, like I told you before, I don't used to take divorce briefs on the religious ground. But when I now saw what happens in marriages now, boy, if anybody comes to me, I will encourage the person, giving the reason, because you can't continue there. Staying in that marriage is deceiving yourself, because you are not finding fulfillment. Some people are actually going through emotional turbulence. Let me give you a practical example. Years ago, a man called me, he's not in Nigeria, and told me, because most times when we talk about all these abuse in marriage, we look at the physical side of feast alone, because the women are the ones that suffer it more. But there is the emotional aspect of abuse in marriage, and women give it to men more. This man is quiet. She's amongst those you can classify as phlegmatics or melancholies. They don't want trouble. But the wife is a core choleric. And unfortunately, even though it's not supposed to be unfortunate, the woman earns more than the man. Meanwhile, the man was the one that trained the woman. She became a nurse there, started earning money. The man told me that there were times he'll be walking along the way, he'll be talking to himself. And he's a young man. And he told me that he was actually, one day he called me, said he was in his way. Because then abroad, you don't beat women. Women, they turn the family organogram. Children are the head of the home. The woman follows. Then the man is now at the last point. So the man told me he was going to consult a lawyer, that he wants to call it quits. So this is the wisdom of the time, irrespective of what the scripture says. If a marriage is accomplishing purpose and both parties are fulfilled, no, they shouldn't go anywhere. As a matter of fact, there's no reason to step out. But if you know that staying in this marriage means, one, the end of your destiny, and then the end of your life, why would you stay there?
So as a preacher, now you have talked as a preacher, but of course as a lawyer, how do you address this from the pulpit? Because some people might not come to you for private counseling, but they are there seated, traumatized, humbled, abused, and they don't know what to do. How do you address it from the pulpit? Or how can you address it from the pulpit? Because there are thousands and one people that are listening to you every day, every Sunday, as you talk. And what you say as the preacher, not just you, but as other preachers, that is what people run with. That is what most of the time determine how they relate and their families and all that. That goes for both males and females. So how would you address this so that they would know when to seek help and when to take it to the next level? Because some people have just heard, you know, why I keep repeating God has, because I don't know, maybe in recent times I hear it more often. In churches, God hates divorce, God hates divorce, and then you're wondering. There's so many people that will not even know anybody to talk to. They will not, there's just what they hear in that church that will be echoing in their mind. When they need to take the next step, even to go and meet a lawyer or to seek help anywhere, they are afraid that they might be advised in that direction, which God hates. Every sane Christian, every regular Christian doesn't want to miss heaven and doesn't want to intentionally and deliberately offend God. So when you say God hates this, do you not think that it has a way of making people keep back? So I want to know, how should it be addressed from the pulpit, starting from you, but then to other preachers?
All right. You know, there are people that are ahead of us in ministry, and they have integrity, and they occupy global platform. At this point, I want to quote, this is Dr. Pastor Paul Enenche. After the death of Osinachi, he publicly declared it on Dunamis platform, which you know is a global platform. If a marriage has come to that point where you know your life will go, leave. So there is no other way to address it. However, I will have to tell people to make sure that you trying to leave are not the cause of the turbulence. Because most times we don't look at ourselves first. Now, if someone is actually a Christian and you have the Holy Spirit and you're having fellowship with him, one of the ministries of the Holy Spirit in the life of every Christian is conviction. And this is what a judge does in a law court. Conviction is that the accused person has been brought before the court on a count charge, for instance. He has taken his plea and then has given his evidence. Witnesses were summoned and they testified. The defense opened, and at the end of the day, the parties closed their case. And then the judge will now say, based on the evidence before me, the accused person is hereby convicted of so and so offense and hereby sentenced to so number of years imprisonment. The Holy Spirit does it. When you are wrong, He convicts you. And in the context of marriage, where we are talking about, if you know you are the one that is actually the root cause of the turbulence in your marriage, you have to first of all repent. Michael Jackson sang a song. I don't forget that song, Man in the Mirror. He said, if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself, then make a change. And the word of God is a mirror. When you look at God's word, and it shows you who you are supposed to be, that you have not become in the context of marriage, the right thing to do is to repent. However, if you have done personal examination and discovered that you are not the cause of this turbulence in this marriage, and it has gotten to a point where your destiny is at stake, your peace of mind is at stake, you can actually die in it. Go for counseling. And looking at the facts of the case, every wise pastor should tell you to
step aside. I'm
telling you.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, even when you get to court, when they look at the age of the marriage, most times the judges will actually find a way of trying to help the parties to settle. Because here in Africa, we value marriage. Apart from the church, there is the cultural aspect of things here. Here in Africa, in Nigeria, we believe in the sanctity of marriage. So when couples want to divorce, they will usually give long adjournments to see whether
they will
settle, especially when the children are still small. So this is how this thing should be addressed.
Okay, thank you so very much. Just before we conclude today, we are going to look at courtship, as a part of marriage and as a part to, divorce. Does age of courtship determine durability in marriage or longevity in marriage?
You mean age of courtship?
Yes, like length of time that couples court before they marry.
It may not always determine whether that marriage will fulfill purpose or not, or whether it will be fulfilled or not, because God said that the heart is deceitful above all things. The book of Jeremiah chapter 17. There are people that have the ability to hide their negative parts, irrespective of the time. They will hide it very well until you now step into the marriage. So the length of courtship may not really determine whether the marriage will be. That's successful. Why in your choice of marriage, there is the role of God there. You said, I love this girl, I love this man. Because most people that say they loved, I've had in a lot of cases where the danger signals were there, and yet they went for. So the length may not really determine that.
Pastor Barrister Kenneth Okonkwo, it's been a pleasure having you on Heart and Soul. In fact, I feel like we should just continue. And that means we're going to come back again to talk more about relationships. It is not just about divorce, it's about the whole stuff. It could be anything. So I've enjoyed this, and I know our viewers have also enjoyed this program. I look forward to having you once again, and thank you for all the insight. Thank you for just being calm and so articulate and trying to really educate the people and making people aware that there are issues, issues that could be managed. And of course, as a man of God, you've also advised openly that people should know when to seek help, even legally, to stay alive, because only the living will serve the Lord. Thank you so very much for being here. It's been my pleasure. And thank you also, viewers, for being a part of today's Heart and Soul. Next week, we'll be here again. This is St. Rachel, your host, saying thank you. And do follow us on all our social media platforms, Aneke TV. Thank you, and God bless you.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
morning headlines before you step out, midday updates while you walk, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex. In regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria, the problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors, and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistics supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men, and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Welcome to our program arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today we are going to discuss on a topic that is in the front burner, now in the front burner, the Osun State elections. And as elections, we are going to, as Osun State elections we hold tomorrow, we're going to discuss on the topic INEC security, political parties set for the elections. And I have a very regular face on this program, an erudite analyst, public affairs commentator, of course a journalist of repute in this country, the former vice president of Nigerian Union of Journalists. I'm talking about no other person than Comrade Kenneth Ofoma. Comrade, you're welcome.
Thank you for
because you're a colleague, you're always a comrade.
Yes. Thank you for having me again.
So, Osun will decide tomorrow on who governs them.
Yes.
And we all know that all through the preparation of the elections, there's been a whole lot of issues that has come up. These issues range from security issues.
Of course.
We have had issues of intimidation alleged to be coming from the power at the center. We have seen the FCC freezing Oshun's account. We have seen arrests of Oshun commissioners, one commissioner for finance, another commissioner for environment, and all that. We have seen machete welding youths going about and taking away PVCs while they are being distributed. We have seen, of course, the NBA chairman, Nigeria, said about 28 persons has died. Then another source equally said it's more than 28, about 35 persons have died in the course of the preparation of this election. And consequently, the security agencies, especially the police, you know, because it's an obstacle election, have been able to mobilize about 15,000 policemen alongside a DIG, 3 AIGs, and 37 commissioners of police, along with deputy commissioners of police and many deputy commissioners of police and assistant commissioners of police into Osun State. Of course, the Osun election have always been known to generate some kind of tension in Nigeria. And tomorrow, all these issues will be resolved. INEC on their own have actually promised a free, fair, and credible election. But a determinant factor will be hinged on the fact that if the security makes it worthwhile, that is where the people feel free to come and vote without hitch. If there are no vote buying, if there are no ballot box snatching, if the atmosphere is free enough for credible voting, then the freeness and fairness that INEC actually vouch for will be seen. I'm going to come to you because it's like one is trying to write a book on this topic. Tomorrow, August 15, Osun governorship election, we are seeing a very tight three-way. Although 15 parties are participating, but we have about 3 contenders that are in the front line. And then we're going to see a tight rope on between Governor Ademola Adeleke of Accord Party, Bola Oyebamiji of APC, and Najim Salam of ADC, with about a registered voter of 2.34 million, but collected PVC about 1.9 million, which means these 1.9 million persons are expected to join, to come to the polls to vote for these 3 candidates, front-line candidates. There are other candidates that certainly will get some votes out of the lot. So I ask, what do you see about this contest? What is going to play? What are the factors that will decide the fate of the 3 contenders tomorrow?
Well, first of all is to say that it is understandable why the election in Osun is generating a lot of tension, a lot of heat. But at the same time, it is a shameful act or a shameful development that such tension and anxiety should result to killings. Because I don't think it makes any sense for people to kill in order to occupy public office. For any society to lose human life because you want to serve the people. So that is condemnable. Whoever is doing it, the law enforcement agencies should up their game. Then, with regard to what is happening, the campaign ended yesterday, I believe by 12 midnight. And so the candidates have gone around about the 30 local government areas. The incumbent, Adeleke, even when you listen to the, I think Arise TV television debate, he gave a list of his accomplishments, in various sectors. The other contenders also spoke about what they intend to do if elected. And like you rightly pointed, I think there is a two-horse race actually between Adeleke and that of the APC candidate. Yes. And so the APC, being the ruling party at the national, you saw their campaign rally yesterday, the mega rally. You saw how many, I can't even remember the number of governors. They have about 32 governors, about 32 governors, APC. Most of them were there. And other ministers, other party stalwarts, of course, the senior president, Fabio, was represented the president. And so if it is about that number of people attending rallies, I would feel that the people will be intimidated, or they will be awed to believe that the APC candidate will take the day. But if you are familiar with elections in this country, it is not those crowd that determine the outcome. The outcome will be determined by the people of Osun State. I think they are sophisticated voters there, electorates. They know who is who. If they believe that the incumbent is serving them well, and the incumbent is coming from the political dynasty. His father was a senator in the Second Republic. His senior brother was also a senator, I think, in the current political dispensation. He died. I remember. So it was a by-election after his death that brought his brother now, Adeleke. And so, and that late senior brother was a governor too. Was one-time governor of Osun State. And now, the younger brother is also the current governor. So you have a family that has produced 3 senators and 2 governors. So they are well respected, and they have their sphere of influence in the state. They have his senior brother, the DG, Adeleke, senior brother to the current governor. He's also a very big entrepreneur. I think he plays in the power sector. So the money, they are well, loaded financially in terms of money. And of course, the music maestro, Davido, of course, is
the son of the brother.
The son of the brother to the governor, DG, Adeleke, and Davido is the son. So his uncle is the governor. Of course, Davido has been on ground campaigning for the uncle. He was the one that said that if the election is rigged, that he was going to report to the American president, Donald Trump. And so, also, this election is coming before, that is the election, off-season election we're going to have, the last one before the general election. So many analysts are now saying that all eyes are on INEC, the security agencies, and all the parties. Because whatever happens in this election, if there is any form of executive interference, if the security agency decide to drop the ball, if INEC decide to drop the ball, the impression and perception is that it's going to spill over to 2027 general election, whatever is the outcome. And so it is expected that INEC should be up and doing. Security agencies should be up and doing. I'm glad that there was a report that a naval officer arrested a politician, a notable politician of one of the political parties, with gun. And I'm also happy that the police invited that senator, Senator Fadahunsi, who threatened that, urged his followers to kill any accord members they see.
We'll come to Father Hussi's case because of the intervention.
He was, yes, arrested, but I don't know how long he spent in the police because he was able to still make it to the rally, the APC rally yesterday. So that I believe he should be questioned thoroughly and appropriate sanctions should be meted. That violent narrative should not be allowed. And so everything is said. We are waiting. There are issues and complaints by the court party. For instance, they raised two major issues. One, concerning INEC anyway. Before now, they have been raising issues that their members were being arrested, police arresting and including SSG. You know, the time they arrested SSG, later released him. There is a House of aspirant or candidate is arrested. He's still in detention. There are commissioners arrested, maybe released, and all that. They have been crying about intimidation. But with regard to INEC, they are raising two issues. That the resident electoral commissioner from Ebonyi State, that is in charge of Ebonyi State, was seen in Osun State, in Oshobo. They mentioned a particular hotel. And that in the list of resident electoral commissioners released by INEC as those that will assist in the Osun election, all-season election, that the list of that person, who is said to be a tech expert, that the name of that person is not in that list. So what is our business or his business in Osun in this election? They are querying that. Another issue they are raising is that the ballot papers and result sheets are not customized, which means it can easily be faked. So these are issues they are raising, and they are telling INEC to address. I don't know how they are going to address that. They have already printed and distributed some of these things. The things that, ballot papers and ballots and result sheets are not customized. So these are two major issues they are raising. But other than that, the general issue people raise, even other political parties like Atiku, was the issue of the beavers. They are saying that the beavers they are using has expired in terms of the software. Outdated. In terms of the software, they are using the 10th upgrade, but today we have about the 17th. So that beavers is no longer being supported by the network that was supporting it before, things like that. So, but INEC is giving assurance that they are still working. And so we are going to see if the beavers disappoint in Osun election. That means that INEC has to change it before 2027 election. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that wonderful insight on the issue of Osun election that will come tomorrow. I want us to get down to the specifics. I mentioned it earlier, that is security. Today, or as we are talking, police has, or security tend to have locked down Osun. Where you have, it's an obstacle election where police will have plenty of their men to go and work. And about 15,000, has been sent to Osun so that you will have at least 2 to 4 policemen every poll. That is every polling unit. And then we have about the DIG and 3 AIGs and 37 commissioners of police to be supervising what that what is being done in Oshu. And then you still have many others like deputy commissioners and assistant commissioners of police.
And other security agencies.
Then you talk about the other security agencies, the sister security agencies, which include the civil defense. Yes. You have the FCC to monitor vote buying and all that financial transaction that could mar the election and all this. And with all these people now in Oshu, do you still foresee a situation where there's going to be a security breach? Or do you foresee a situation where the people will be cowed not to come out to vote? Do you still see a situation where the police or the security presence will become a kind of intimidation to the people and may result in apathy? Do you see a situation where the security agencies will compromise? What's your view?
Well, it's a complex situation. In a situation where there is perception that the INEC people is going to do what they are supposed to do, and that the security agencies will do what they are supposed to do, that the presence is supposed to encourage the electorate to come out and vote, knowing that they will be protected. But if their perception is that the security outfits are going to support a particular candidate or work for a particular candidate, that they themselves may not be the priority, the electorate may not be their priority to protect, then definitely it will affect the number of people that will turn out. That will lead to voter apathy. So, but I should think that if the police are able to do like they said, they are going to deploy whether 2 policemen per polling unit. I wonder whether they can do that in every nooks and cranny of...
Four policemen.
If it is possible. But they said they deployed 15,000 policemen. And
you have well over 3,000 plus
30 local government
polling units. 3,000 plus polling units.
I wonder how they are going to do that.
3,000 plus. I think 3,000 plus can go for 3 or 4 police.
If they can do that in earnest, it will be a moral booster to the electorate to come out and vote. But the most critical is usually during, granted that every other thing will work. The accreditation will work, voters will vote, the result will be snapped by the beavers and sent electronically to INEC server, provided those things are done normally. Usually where you have issue also is the collation venue. That is where the security should also be up and doing. Or sometimes when they get to the collation center, the manipulation starts without minding what is already sent out at the polling unit through beaver. That's why sometimes, that's why many people are not happy with the amendment of 2026 Electoral Act, where they say where there is no network, you can do manual transmission, not electronic, because it will now give room for unscrupulous politicians to manipulate the process. And it may even expose the core members and other electoral officers to danger, because you appear to have the balancing forces here. The action and reaction equal and opposite. So the state government is well entrenched. It's not like a kitty election where it was one-sided. But this time around, it's a balance of terror. So this may expose, if the security people are not up and doing so transparently and in a neutral manner. If they provide security for everybody and the things that are supposed to be done are done. Another thing that should be watched, because former REC commissioner Mike Guinea. There was something he said in one of his television interviews. The system, the election they used in rigging election, he mentioned Imo State, where some corrupt INEC officials released the serial number of the result sheets ahead of time. And some politicians were able to print this exact result. And when, after the election at the polling unit, they swapped the original result from the fake result, which they used to fill the number they want. But if you look at the two, they will look exact same. So both parties, well, this time around, I wouldn't know the party that will attempt to do that. So all the parties should be vigilant to make sure that result sheets are not duplicated, and that it is what is voted at the polling units that is transmitted and that is collated.
Okay, the parties to that election, should be mindful and ensure that such rigging as swapping of result sheets and INEC officials exposing or colluding with one party or the other to give the serial number of result sheet does not happen. I think that is part of the responsibility of INEC to ensure that there's no such rigging. And of course, the Josh Amopitin-led, unbiased umpire have already assured Nigerians that the election will be free, fair, and credible. And when we say credible, it means no iota of rigging was involved, that people come out as they have been voted. So that is our expectation.
The area that promise can hold water is in the area of making sure that the beavers work and the transmission is done. Beyond that, there are things INEC cannot do. There are things beyond, security is beyond their remit.
Yeah, security is beyond their remit. We are going to pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue with our topic. Don't go away. Our topic is still INEC, and all the security agencies, political parties set for Osun election. And our guest is still Comrade Kenneth Ofoma. We pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. Viewer, you're welcome back to our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Our guest is still here, Comrade Kenneth Ofoma, and our topic still remains INEC, security agencies and parties set for Osun election. And we have been discussing on issues that will actually take place during the elections proper, and the expectation of Nigerians, where we think there could be flaws. they say, I come to you, comrade, that a situation where a process is flawed in the course of the process, that the outcome of such process may end up being flawed. We have seen a lot of myriad of problems alongside these Osun elections, which I earlier said, especially the area of security. Now, there's this situation where the ndlea Ayebo's nephew of the APC campaign director general, the nephew was killed, while another APC member was also shot in that circumstance. And presently, about two political parties are trading words, the Accord Party and the APC. And police on their own have said they are doing the investigation. What could have elicited that level? Because I earlier said about 35 persons have died in the course of. What could have elicited that? Initially, the Accord Party said that the election into the governorship race is not worth the blood of any person from their state. And one wonders why about 38 persons or 35 persons have been killed. And how could that be? Because of the struggle for leadership in a state by the people of the state. Has politics gone to the extent of employing the principles of Niccolo Machiavelli, where the end justifies the means? What's your take on that?
My take on that is that it is when political leaders espouse dangerous political philosophy or yes, and some statements, some rhetorics, their followers will now queue. It's not good for people to open their mouth and say anything in politics. Just I saw in the social media today where the Minister of Blue Economy and former Governor Oyetola was telling the incumbent governor, you will cry on Saturday. You will cry. So does it mean that he has already written the results and he knows that they have won, that the governor will cry? Such rhetorics. Then the rhetorics of in politics, everything is fair in politics. Then of course the senator who said if you see their members, kill them.
Father Hussein.
Those are dangerous rhetorics. So it is desperation to win at all costs by politicians. And as an incumbent governor that is well entrenched, he will not sit by and see himself being pushed out of office by using federal power. So that is the what I see. So like I said earlier, it's like balance of terror. It is the job of independent security outfits, independent, if they are independent, to do thorough investigation. If they want to, for any killing, they know who did it. Whether members of Accord Party were killed, whether there is a reprisal, members of APC was killed, whatever, they know who shot the gun if they want to. So, but the issue is, are they free to operate? I was reading through a social media, I have not confirmed it this afternoon, that the naval officer that arrested a candidate, a member of a particular party, that naval officer has been redeployed out of the state, and the politician he arrested released. If it is true, then you see how official interference can create more crisis in this. And they use people, thugs, people who can't understand, who can't reason. Can any of their children, all these big time police, can any of their children be involved in this shooting and killing?
So where do we go from here? What is our expectation from Osun State election?
Let me tell you,
given the indices available.
If the chief security officer of this country, the president, if he says, I want this nonsense to stop, it will stop. That is the truth. If one to guarantee free and fair election and say, let us have free, fair election in any part of this country,
it will be so.
It will be so.
If this chief security officer, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, will stamp his feet and say we want a free, fair, and credible election, and anything that is against that will completely stop. So submitted our guests on this program, Arena on Aneke TV. This is the much we can take on this program, given the time frame. I am Stadia and Correct Arunwe. Thank you, Comrade Kenneth Ofoma, for being our guest on this program. You have been wonderful and very incisive in your submissions. Thank you, viewer, for being with us, and tune in on this same program next time. I will continue to give you the best. Thank you, and God bless you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother Senator Kashim Shettima. Your Excellency, General Gowon, Your Excellency, Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies, General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. Unlike Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and First Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders be remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Enugu State government approves minimum wage increase to 82,000 naira for issued staff. Edo State alarms over 70 child defilement cases recorded in 7 months. Enugu Rangers intensify preparations for domestic and continental campaigns. Details of the news. The Enugu State Government has approved a significant increase in the monthly minimum wage for staff at the University of Science and Technology, raising the entry salary floor from 32,000 naira to 82,000 naira. In a directive issued in Enugu, Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, confirmed that Governor petermbah also approved an across-the-board flat confirmed that Governor petermbah also approved an across-the-board flat increment of 50,000 naira for all other staff category across the institution. The approval followed negotiations between the government and the Joint Action Committee on Trade Unions of the university, successfully averting industrial action and securing wage stability. The government reaffirmed its commitment to worker welfare, emphasizing that public tertiary institutions remain central to the socio-economic development vision of Enugu State. The Enugu State Police Command has arrested 14 suspected members of syndicate group to violent kidnappings and murder across multiple local government areas in the state. Addressing newsmen at the command headquarters in Enugu, the Commissioner of Police in the state, Mr. Giwa, stated that the arrests were executed by the Anti-Kidnapping Violent Crime Response Unit in collaboration with sister security agencies. Mr. Giwa revealed that tactical operations led to the recovery of 5 AK-47 rifles, 2 pump-action guns, 1 locally fabricated firearm, 310 rounds of live ammunition, and 7 magazines. He added that human and technical intelligence helped track down the suspect across several states, assuring residents that the command will maintain an aggressive stance against violent crime. The Akwa Ibom State Police Command has launched a comprehensive traffic enforcement operation across all 31 local government areas to curb reckless driving and eliminate illegal vehicle operations. Speaking in Uyo, the command spokesperson, Mr. Timfon John, said that special operational units, area commanders and divisional police officers have been instructed to enforce strict compliance with road traffic laws. The enforcement targets major violations including driving against traffic, driving without valid licenses, operating unregistered vehicles or tricycles, and using covered number plates. Mr. John emphasized that while officers are strictly mandated to remain professional and civil, motorists are advised to observe traffic safety standards as ignorance of the law will not be accepted. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, in partnership with the Ogun State Police Command, has commenced a statewide enforcement exercise targeting small format alcohol. The NAFDAC State Coordinator, Mr. Akinwale Fagoroye, and Ogun State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Bode Ojajuni, confirmed the joint operation during a coordination meeting at the command headquarters in Elewaran, Abeokuta. The enforcement follows the nationwide ban on the sale and distribution of alcoholic beverages packaged in sachets and PET bottles under 200 millimeters, aimed at curbing substance abuse among young people. The joint inspection teams are conducting raids across markets, motor parks, bars, and production facilities, warning that non-compliant manufacturers, distributors, and retailers will face legal prosecution. The Zamfara State Governor Alhaji Dawuda Lawal has reaffirmed his administration's stance against terrorism, reiterating that the state government will never engage in any negotiations with bandits or armed criminal groups. Governor Lawal stated this during a condolence visit to one of the council areas where he met with community leaders and bereaved families affected by recent bandit attacks. The governor reassured residents that joint security operational personnel are intensifying tactical offensives across vulnerable corridors to eliminate criminal elements. The Edo State Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development has raised concern over a sharp increase in minor defilement cases recorded across the state between January and July 2026. The Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Development, Mrs. Eugenia Abdallah, announced in Benin City that over 70 cases of child sexual abuse were reported within 7 months, with victims as young as 2 years old. According to her, investigation revealed that fathers and close family relatives were allegedly responsible for more than 50% of the total reported incidents. To tackle the escalating violence, Commissioner Abdallah announced the expansion of sexual assault referral centers in Uromi and Auchi to provide free medical, psychological, and legal support for survivors. President Bola Tinubu has charged electoral administrators and security agencies to maintain neutrality and professionalism during Osun State governorship election. In a statement released by the Special Advisor on Information Strategy to the President, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, emphasized the necessity of guaranteeing a transparent and peaceful environment for all contestants. The President directed security leadership to ensure adequate protection for election personnel and voters while guarding against any form of voter intimidation. Meanwhile, the Federal Road Safety Corps (FRSC) has deployed 2,500 personnel and 50 operational vehicles across Osun State to manage traffic flow and enforce travel advisories surrounding the governorship election. The FRSC Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed stated in a press release that officers drawn from neighboring commands in Ondo, Ekiti, Oyo, and Ogun State have reinforced local deployment. The Corps Marshals noted that heavy-duty load tow trucks and emergency response units have been positioned along major arterial highways across the 3 senatorial districts. Preparations have reached an advanced stage at the main administrative office of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) in Osogbo, Osun State. Resident Electoral Commissioner in the state, Mr. Oluwatoyin Babalola, held high-level operational meetings with visiting national commissioners and supporting RECs to finalize deployment strategies. Security personnel from the Nigeria Police Force and civil defense agencies have established operational perimeters around critical distribution infrastructure. Heavy downpours in Anambra State have flooded the palace of traditional ruler of Ogidi Kingdom in Idemili North Local Government Area, Igwe Uzo Onyido. The deluge, which persisted over several days, completely submerged the royal palace grounds and trapped several motor vehicles under floodwaters. Ogidi community has suffered from severe gully erosion and inadequate drainage infrastructure along the critical Oka-Onisha transport route. A former secondary school student debate star, Richard Ike, has received a full scholarship, housing and financial assistance following public intervention in Anambra State. Richard, who represented the Agwata zone in the 2021 governor's debate, was forced to drop out of school and work as a bricklayer after losing both parents. Agwata local government council chairman Chibueze Ofobuike, alongside the Okumereze Foundation, intervened after a former teacher highlighted his plight online. The intervention covers his secondary school re-enrollment, senior examination registration fees, personal learning tools, and full tuition for his upcoming university studies. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Enugu State government has increased the monthly minimum wage for staff at Enugu State University of Science and Technology from 32,000 naira to 82,000 naira. Edo State's Ministry of Women Affairs revealed that over 70 cases of... We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, Commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Welcome back. The Nigeria Customs Service Ogun 1 Area Command has seized contraband items valued at over 3.57 billion naira along the Idiroko border axis. Customs Area Comptroller Oladapo Afeni made the announcement during a media briefing at the command headquarters in Idiroko. The confiscated items included over 6,000 parcels of cannabis sativa, thousands of bags of foreign parboiled rice, smuggled premium motor spirit, and unregistered motor vehicles. Comptroller Feni handed over the seized narcotics to the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA), warning smuggling syndicates that security forces will maintain strict enforcement along border routes. Property owners and residents in Emene, Enugu State have raised concerns over a recent land use charge reassessment triggered by state property reclassifications. Affected landlords reported that annual land use charges along commercial transit corridors experienced sharp adjustment from previous rates. They urged state fiscal authorities to establish transparent assessment frameworks and clear stakeholder guidelines regarding municipal property taxes. State revenue officials indicated that ongoing fiscal digitization and administrative reforms aim to optimize local development funding while addressing public inquiries. Akwa Ibom State Governor Umo Eno has reiterated his administration's commitment to fully operationalize the state's maintenance, repair, and overhaul aviation facility in Uyo. Governor Eno announced this in Montreal, Canada, following discussions with leadership from Samco Group, Europe, and Airbus ahead of the delivery of a new Airbus A220-300 from Ibom Air. The partnership focuses on developing technical maintenance capabilities and transferring aviation technology to local engineers at Victor Atta International Airport. Governor Eno affirmed that expanding regional aviation infrastructure remains a core catalyst for sustained economic growth and employment generation in Akwa Ibom. The Minister of Aviation, Mr. Festus Keyamo, has presented a 5-point dispute resolution agreement to President Bola Tinubu, ending industrial action within the aviation sector. Presiding over a joint conciliation meeting in Abuja, the minister directed the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority to institute realistic debt recovery repayment structures for domestic airlines owing statutory charges. The resolution reaffirmed the fundamental right of aviation employees to freely join registered trade unions without hindrances from airline management. Aviation regulators warned that non-compliant airlines obstructing unionization activities or defaulting on agreed operational frameworks will face immediate regulatory sanctions. Now in sports, defending Nigeria Premier Football League champions Enugu Rangers have intensified technical preparations ahead of the 2026-2027 domestic season and their CAF Champions League reign. Rangers General Manager Amobi Ezako confirmed in Enugu that new player acquisitions will be unveiled prior to their opening league fixture against Katsina United. In a major commercial development, the MPFL management secured a digital broadcasting agreement with Murphy Ben International to stream league matches live on YouTube. Club officials noted that the digital broadcast deal will expand global fan engagement and generate sustainable commercial revenues for Nigerian professional clubs. Now in entertainment, media personality and entrepreneur Adeola Adeyemi, popularly known as Diadem, has addressed recent public disputes involving socialites Dabota Lawson and Ehi Obefo. In a statement shared across her official social media platforms, Diadem reflected on online controversies, stating that she is focusing on personal growth and professional ventures. She acknowledged that public feuds provided valuable lessons in personal discernment and boundary management while navigating media scrutiny. Diadem reaffirmed her dedication to expanding her business enterprise and fostering constructive relationships moving forward. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. The Enugu State government has increased the monthly minimum wage for staff at Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT, from 32,000 naira to 82,000 naira. Governor petermbah also authorized an across-the-board raise of 50,000 naira for all other university employee categories starting September 1st, 2026. Defending champions Enugu Rangers are ramping up preparations for the 2026-2027 domestic season and their upcoming CAF Champions League campaign, while the MPFL signed a landmark broadcasting agreement with Murphy Ben International to stream live matches free on YouTube. That's news across the country at 3. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidimasa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
We are here at the International Conference Center, Enugu State, to witness the Enugu Youth Conference 2026 themed Youth in Policy Making. As the world marks International Youth Day, attention is being drawn to the role of young people in shaping policies and decisions that affect their future. But do young people truly have a seat at the table? Let's hear from them.
The involvement of youth, participation on youth, should not actually begin when decisions has been made, because the future we are talking about is all about the youth. We are the main future we are talking about. So having youth be part of the conversation brings them, involves them in the conversation, keeps them in the know, helps to groom them ahead of what to expect in future, and thereby ultimately making them part of the solution for the future. The youths of Enugu are ultimately part of the future of Enugu, because when you look at the governance in Enugu State now, I can tell you authoritatively that 70% of youths are involved. Look around you, see the crowd, see the participation, the attendance. That should tell you that Enugu State government is actually involving the youth 100%.
And we've seen like young persons heading issues like SDGs and all across. And beyond that also, we've seen like the state government come up with some policies in terms of, empowering SMEs through agriculture, through tech, like you know about the Enugu Tech Festival. The aviation also largely are driven by young persons. So these are some of the policies I think makes it quite healthy. And to some extent, the government has done well in that regard. A part of the program of the government for this particular event is to be able to empower some young businesses, right? Who were asked to submit their proposals before now and will have the opportunity of pitching to the state government. And hopefully, some will get lucky, to be empowered.
By the grace of God, I will tell you that the youth of Enugu State have a stronger voice in policy making in Enugu State. Take for instance now, if you check most of our senior leaders, like the SA in Youth and Student Affairs, she's a youth. Commissioner for Youth and Student Affairs, Commissioner for Youth and Sports is a youth. So you see most of our people in politics, they are all youths. So you won't tell me that the youths in Enugu State are not, their voice are not strong. No, we have strong voice here. If you go inside now, you will see more than 5,000 crowds inside. You won't tell me if these people comes out now to kind of organizing something for the government to hear them, that the government won't listen. Definitely they will listen, because for this thing is an example that the leaders of Enugu State, the youth of Enugu State have a voice and the government are listening.
The aim of the summit is to lay emphasis the impact of youth in governance, that we should not be political apathy. We should involve ourselves in things that are happening in our state and the governance of the state. In my own suggestion, it will be a wise idea if they can be having this kind of conference within themselves without involving those that are already in power, so that they can change the mindset of the youth to govern in the future.
I think that giving stronger voice, and it is evidential. That is why we're here today. The governor is intentional in building the youth of Enugu State. And remember, Enugu State can boast of the highest population of youth in southern Nigeria. So if you stay aloof from empowering the youth in Enugu State as a governor, it will be detrimental to your governance. And that is why it's very much intentional about it. The highest gift you can give to any generation is quality education. And the governor has laid a foundation that can never be raised. The annals of time or history of Enugu. That is the Green Smart School.
I would encourage that not exactly seats should be left for young ones specifically, but I think it will be necessary that the government encourages young ones to participate, and by that they can push young ones, when they come out. Because I think something that's prevalent in some parts of Nigeria, I will not say for certain, is that sometimes a young person will come out for a position, maybe a political position, and you hear you're still young in this system, go and sit down, learn from it's very good to learn, don't get me wrong, but then it is good if the government will encourage them when they come out, at least allow them, encourage them, assist them to take up those positions, put them through, instead of just casting them away and asking them to go and sit while they learn. Because trust me, by the time they will finish learning, they will no longer be youths. Yes, so I think one thing that the government can do differently is to encourage young ones when they come out, allow them to just hold those positions. If they fail, yes, they will learn from their failures.
While opinions may differ, one thing is clear. Young people want more than recognition. They want meaningful opportunities to participate in decisions that affect their lives and their future. As conversations around youth inclusion continue, the question remains, will young people simply be spoken about in policy discussions, or will they have a genuine voice in shaping the policies themselves? Reporting for Aneke TV, I am Sharon Uche.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week In which respect? Only on Aneke TV.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge, not as isolated experts, but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort, but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as 2 pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft, it is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error, not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination, it is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone, it becomes stronger together.
tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies. Life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer.
There is more to the cosmos, Heraclitus, than you covered in your erudition. That was the statement centuries ago by philosophers, because there is no end to the mysteries of life. Today, we meet in the studio to look into one mystery, which is always before us, which we don't really recognize. We just play with it, use it to wrap, use it as a scope, and so on and so on. We have with me in the studio a man that is called Eze Nwoko. The other time I tried to get his name, but I just forgot it because I don't know why I forgot it. Eze Nwoko, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
We really miss you because we need you to be here to be able to help us with your own perspectives. Otherwise, I'm going to end up with the deities of Akugo. So no matter. Sorry, yes. When I write, we have our brother Mazi Gabriel Anichukwu, Ndemeka Anichukwu. Gabriel, welcome to the program.
Prof, I'm grateful.
Yes, and we have our brother who is always correcting his name for me. Whenever I say Oka, he will say it is not Kalo Oka, it is Reverend
Uche Kalo.
Reverend Uche Kalo. Reverend Uche Kalo, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir.
Only because my mentor was Professor Obu Kalo.
Okay.
The one and the only, then at the University of Nigeria. May he rest in peace. So now we want to look at the thing called Ugrishi. This particular crop. I like there's a word that our pastor was using last time. The other was always using the word seed. We are using crop. And then he said it's not a crop, it's just a seed. Seed is much more serious than crop, if you want to really understand the meaning. So, with me, to begin this particular issue of Ugrishi, I want to start with the native doctor man here, the man of African, orientation and perspectives. This Ugrishi, what is an Ugrishi tree?
For me, an Ugrishi tree is a deity.
A deity?
Chineke God. Yes. Because deities sometimes are found in they have a natural habitation in plants.
Okay.
And also the earth.
Okay.
There is also the
Yes.
Like a termite.
Yes.
Termite.
They have them.
That deities reside in these
places.
Yes. And make those things sacred.
Okay.
So Ugirishi is a sacred plant.
Okay.
That in the ancient times is used for demarcating boundaries.
Okay, one.
The shrine.
Good.
The family compound.
Good.
Yobi.
Good.
Even in the marketplaces, you see it's used for boundaries.
Okay, boundary demarcation.
And then the Ugirishi also has healing properties.
Beautiful.
Antibacterial properties. And it's also used for cleansing.
Okay.
Yes. For instance, Isochu.
So
you can use Ugirishi to
cleanse
the person. Yeah.
Yes.
And the person's aura returns.
Because Ocho is called, the younger ones here don't understand the meaning of Ocho. The younger ones here, they want to know the meaning of Ocho. Because as you are saying it, they think it is somebody's name, Ocho. They don't know that it is Ocho. So explain to us the meaning of Ocho.
Ocho is negative energy.
Okay.
Negative energy that latches on the person's aura.
Okay.
To dim the aura.
Good.
Because the aura
is supposed to shine.
Yes.
It's supposed to radiate. It's supposed to shine. It's supposed to continue to expand. The Bible tells us that we have expanded my coasts. Yeah. But the Ocho will do what? Within the space for the person. The glory of the house will fall because of Ocho. Either fall or fail. So let me come to you, because I know you like this Ugrishi thing. Before I go to the pastor, to the reverend, to tell us, because he will take another perspective. This Ugrishi, what do you have to say? He has mentioned some of the qualities of Ugrishi and some of the uses of Ugrishi.
Sadly, Ugrishi is a leaf found in most parts of Africa. West Africa, in Igbo land, and other environments. It's a leaf that inhabits the spirits or the gods. Is a conductor. It's a metaphysical conductor.
Wow.
It's an instrument of divine protection. It's also an instrument of spiritual purification.
Wow.
It's also a tool of ancestral or deity connection, whereby the deities and the humanities commune.
Okay.
Kind of, I can call it a vegetable, a traditional vegetable Eucharist.
Okay.
Whereby the deities, the ancestors, and humanity are interwoven in a holy communion.
Good.
Then, Ogirishi is also could be used to demarcate boundaries, whereby if you remove it, if that Ogirishi is put according to the words of our ancestors, the demarcations, if you remove it, you remove your life, you remove your destiny, because it is a deity encapsulated in a vegetable.
Okay.
Have you seen? So it's not something you toy with. You can use it to invoke your chi, your chiwa, your incarnate spirit. You can use it to call upon, if you are in a foreign land, that you cannot go to no more. You can stay at your place at US or London. You can get it, then you place it, you call, come.
Yes.
Okay, you go to my grandfather, come. They will, you call them with a dish, it is a conductor, they will come and commune with you, and you place your supplications before.
So it's like a mobile phone.
That is even more. It's more smart. It's smarter than
what of that of our brother, the Tesla iPhone, the Tesla phone?
So forget about this one. Is moved with the mystical. It's mystical power. It's less than 11 degrees seconds to travel. So it's not so. It's where the gods, God Almighty, the gods, deities, ancestors commune, whereby you place your supplications, and they will answer you. Okay. And you can even use it to harm. And if you are going to a place that you feel that they will, like if you are having an election now, maybe if you come there, people will get rid of you, or high malaria, maybe from the metaphysical, negative metaphysical powers. You can use it to just put it in your bathing water, or you squeeze it. Then the solution, you put it, you can use your psalm or brain sacrament to consecrate it, or you call a to consecrate it. Don't bath with it, then go. There's no negative force that will penetrate you.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
Yes.
So we go to Reverend Carlo. Reverend, is it Uma? What again?
Uche Carlo.
Reverend Uche Carlo, because names are always important. Reverend Uche Carlo, what do you have to say? You have had Esen Woko, and you have had our friend, Gabriel. So what do you have to say about this plant called Ogirishi?
Yeah, Ogirishi as a plant is a very important tree in my place.
Okay.
Very important. We know it as such for demarcation of boundaries.
Beautiful.
We know it as
very,
such.
very important.
We know it as a tree that doesn't necessarily grow in branches. It grows tall, straight from its root. And if you want to multiply it, cut it, then it will start from another place and start growing. Good. It is hard to be removed. Even the stem part of it is medicinal.
Beautiful.
You can use it, cook yam porridge, drink
the water.
Yes. The root that is inside the ground is also medicinal.
Yes, this we don't know that
treating of malaria, typhoid, all those things, and antibiotics.
Okay.
Then the leaf on itself. I remember when my mom was sick, afflicted with stroke. So we were using it. You boil it, you know, use the water, use it, and just like my brother said, it's for cleansing. Yes. Actually, what it does is more than what we can say or perceive.
Yes.
It's a mysterious plant.
Yes.
But I don't want to attach it that it's a deity. He went into saying that the tree is a deity itself. Yes, there are trees God give certain potency and energy, as he always refer, but that does not make that tree to become a god.
You know there are so many gods.
That tree, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm coming with. I'm trying to help me to understand
because we are the ones that ascribe
Exodus 14
so special reverence.
I'm coming now.
And then turn it to a god where we now come and bow down.
No, we're not talking about down. We're talking of what happened. You know, when God was angry with the people of Egypt, he told Moses, "This day shall be the very first day in the year for you. On that day, I will deal with all the gods of Egypt." Didn't you read that one?
No, go ahead.
So he said he will deal with all the gods. So we have minor gods, we have major gods, then we have what? God Almighty. Yeah, the chairman. That is the president. That is the governor among the gods. Psalm 80:81 says, the governor among the gods has now made a statement.
Yes.
Then Isaiah 43 says, let all these people come and make a statement. Let me see it come to happen.
You are right. So as I was saying,
so because what you address,
it's a good seed. Yes. It's a good plant. Even the fruits, there's a fruit it produces also that is also medicinal.
Yes.
Yes. And the flowers.
And then
is so
much that we used to enjoy.
It's so much rich.
Yes.
Yes, but I'll not attribute it to be a goddess.
Yeah.
Or
a god.
Yes,
a god.
A deity.
A deity, okay, a deity. So
I think I made something very, very clear.
Yes.
Yes, spirits, energies.
Abide.
Yeah, could inhabit
them
because of the properties. Okay? And sometimes you could see like awu.
Yes, awu.
Asna agwa na aga idobia na ogirisi agwa yen ka aga idobia na akpo. You understand what I'm saying? So different trees have their different properties, and then you can come into a village and you see an ogirisi tree that they have a white cloth tied around it, a red cloth tied around it, signifying that it's a sacred place of worship, it's a sacred place of communication. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is this: the Most High One, was the word God is just an English word. You know,
you have made that term now.
I call it okike.
That's what we call it today.
I call it okike. So any other person can call it. You call him in the name, whatever language, a dialect, whatever that is comfortable and suitable for the person. So the Most High okike manifests in everything that we see. Okike can manifest in water. That was the marine spirit, Holy Ghost fire. But I remember there was a song we used to sing in the Catholic Church those days. Ave Maria, O Virgin, O Mother. We were singing all this stuff.
But the actually we're not calling upon the last line. Then are the graces unclaimed by another sinless
and beautiful star of what? Of the sea.
Mysteries of life.
That's what we're talking about.
That's the Ototo.
Sinless and beautiful star.
That's Mama Nuku original. Original Mama Nuku can now.
That's it. Allah is going to bring in deity.
That's why I said the Most High manifests in any way or form. And you don't tell the Most High where it will manifest itself. During the baptism, a dove was seen, according to the story.
Yes, now.
This is my beloved.
I don't know the scriptures.
Yes.
The story.
It's a story.
It's scriptures.
It's a story.
I will call it scriptures.
It's a story. Okay. When it was written?
Yeah, the scriptures.
Good. This is my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased. But it was a dove that was seen. That was a sign. So God can manifest as anything.
So you stone. So you accept those native doctors that use pigeon to fetch mud.
Why not?
I know. Do you do it in your? I know we're at Greece, but do you do it in whatever? I don't want to call anyone. I don't want.
You know, I belong to a church
that is
that is syncretic
amalgam of Trado and Christo, Judo, these religious practices.
Yes.
I want to them, and I'm not the supreme of our. I know. I came here, but I know as a scholar.
Yes,
to speak on this issue.
On this issue.
So when we want to get, I don't want to. So when talking of talk of, if these things don't work, they will not be used.
Okay.
Exactly. No religion is, in fact, as my erudite herbalist says, an erudite, he's a scholar, but he's a doc in indigenous African cosmology.
He's a musician.
So a musician too. So what I'm saying is that when you talk of mysteries of, we are now, this program is called Mysteries of Life.
Yes,
so we are now dealing with the mysteries of Girish.
Yes, of Girish.
In Igbo traditional understanding of cosmology.
Good.
So, one man from my place called Mazo Koreanimba.
Yes. His father was a priest.
Exactly. No, first,
sorry, his brother was a priest.
His brother, he died immediately after the war. Yes, exactly.
He had this brain tumor.
He that told you his dream and you said it's not true. Did you dream the dream with him? What am I saying? Is that it's not something you debate. It's not something you argue. You cannot even validate your argument against it. It is a mysterious plant.
So it's like traditional holy water.
So excuse me, it is a mysterious traditional plant used by our ancestors, attested of its efficacy in tackling physical, spiritual, and medical problems.
Millions of years ago.
Highly potent in giving results, assured, giving authority.
By the ancestors.
They have signed it, and it is forever and ever. Okay. So you cannot. Do you know what we talk to Ogirisi? Ogirisi is something. Do you know? Okay. This, if you are having some negative powers in your compound,
okay,
spread Ogirisi there. Okay, plant them. Just even one.
Just
one Ogirisi in your compound is even more potent than shadow will go fire for 100 years. Once there is a negative power coming, it will just hijack it. Detonate like thunder protector. So they're like
thunder protector.
Exactly. So now we are suffering because we lack knowledge. Hosea chapter 4:6.
Yes.
God, in the infinity of His mercy and grace, given to all humanity, irrespective of your tribe, ethnic, or religion, has given us various plans, facilities to safeguard our destiny.
I like this last one you used. Plans and facilities.
Yes.
Because when they were hit by the snakes, he told Moses, make a bronze serpent. Make a bronze serpent. Yes. And whoever is beaten and looks at, because only one we like to look at. He said, whoever looks at that bronze serpent is going to.
For instance,
yes,
if a Eucharist is brought here, that chalice, it has great potency. Don't doubt it. But I'm always rattled when you prepare our own indigenous chalice or Eucharist, then you tell me that there's no power in that one.
Well,
so now we need to come to recognition of what we have. And let me tell you the truth, imitation is limitation. Whatever you imitate in life, just as we imitate some Euro-centric Christian cultures and values and mechanisms to resolve our conflicts, we have been failing woefully. So, but there are indigenous practices, indigenous mechanisms with which we can resolve our medical, spiritual conflicts and get the best results.
Okay. Because I want our brother, Reverend, because two of you have said something, and I want him to come into this issue of because it's always easy to mix up some of this, and then people will not get derailed. So, Reverend.
I still stand my point because the fact that I believed the potency or the working ability of Ogirisi does not make me to see it as a deity. Good. Neither to see it as a god, whether small god or whatever particles.
It's only a panel.
Because even though you have it in your compound, does not exonerate you, the person occupant, not to be afflicted.
If you have attraction with that people now,
because I still have people that has it in their compound, yet things still go wrong. I can't wrong. The truth of the matter still remains that for those that practice what they practice and believe system, yes, it has the potency of driving away witchcraft.
Good.
Yes, we know that. We grew from that environment.
I'm happy that at least you mentioned that.
Because before we became born again and Christians, we saw those things working.
You are a very good pastor. I like you always know your truth. So let me get into to work on this whole thing.
First and foremost, just like my great friend, Nemeka.
This man is a friend.
Yeah, he's my great friend. We've known a long time ago. Just like this, my great friend said. You see, I had some time ago a conversation with someone, and I said to him, why is it that our people, when they are told to go to the river in their village, town, wherever, that is connected to them by birth, probably Alpha is saying that this person has a predominant water element. Like is my water. Now, you are told to go there and do a cleansing, do your washing, and speak. Okay. Speak to the spirit, speak to the elements. Because you are connected to those elements. You are thank you. Good. Now, some people will say, no, I can't do that.
Yeah, because this is what in the Bible, familiar spirits.
Don't worry. I don't have that. I'm coming. Now, somebody goes and tells you he went for pilgrimage in Israel and brings Mili Jordan. Hold on a second, though. And then, when they see that Mili Jordan, oh, Jesus. You understand? So you see,
that guy's our bishop.
So you see, what we are trying to say is very, very simple. We have to look at Africa and understand that creation started here.
That's why there's no
creation started here
in Africa,
and God has embedded all sorts of things here in Africa. But because of the colonial masters and how when they came here, they twisted our understanding by giving us what they felt could control us. And we accepted those things. And that is the reason why we're so confused. Somebody will tell you he is a Christian, for instance. And then you ask him, why do you think you're a Christian? He said, because I go to church every Sunday. That doesn't make you a Christian. What makes you a Christian is that you have to be like the man, Yeshua HaMashiach, who the account that was given to us was very straightforward. He wasn't living like this. He was straightforward. And then he was killed because he was speaking the truth, attacking the system. He was a reformer.
Cool. Yeah.
It's simple.
Certainly.
It's very simple. So, and then he worked with the elements in his environment.
Yeah.
Look at when a blind man was brought to him. He took it, ajale, put it in his hand, put spittle on it. Walk on here. Like as a look at the combination of elements.
And the man went first and washed and came back. He went first and washed. I said, I'm seeing little. He said, go back and watch well. He said, he started seeing clearly.
So, these elements, like I will say, like when I was deep in Hinduism, they say, Katvamasi, thou art that. That is how they describe the Most High. Katvamasi. Okay? And what
that's I am that I am now.
That's what I'm saying.
That's I am that I am.
Now that I am
now the chairman. What I am as well.
Good. And that's I am that I am. Yes. Has always been in the ancient scriptures before I was reading the Bible.
Whichever one.
Yes. I know that it tells you it's an eternal truth. Yes. Which is called Sanatana Dharma. The eternal truth that is there. You can't change it. Now that eternal truth manifests in different forms. You can't stop it from manifesting. It can manifest as a stone.
What was Ebenezer in the Bible?
Wait. You're not trying to bring problems. Because on the day, no. Let's handle it.
It was Odeshi.
I'm talking about this. No, we're talking about the most. No. It's not just about Odeshi. On the day of Joshua taking his decision, they came to the oak, the great oak at Mamre, and they brought 12 stones. If you go the 10 tribes of Israel, and then he said, if you go against this is what you have said today, these these stones.
Yeah, witnesses.
Yeah, witnesses.
Sometimes we overemphasize issue.
Yes.
And bring our exegesis into it, our opinions into it. You know, when you mention elements or no elements, until the power of God is effected in whatever you call it's not working.
So I think we'll take it from there and come back to you. And we will take a little break and come back to you because I like the way you are finishing Zenwoka and his elements. So when we come back, we'll continue with you because Zenwoka and this man, they are trying to. You don't know that you're a trained reverend.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Get back to Reverend Uche. Am I right?
Yes.
Uche Omar. Uche Carlo. Good. Uche Carlo. We get back to Reverend Uche Carlo. Then you are trying to help us with some of these erudition, some of these explanations.
Yes.
You know, contrary to what he was trying to, claim that it's that plant is a deity. But there are something that happened in Atemene recently. Atemene, an old man came to the house of one of his relatives. I don't want to call them so that you don't announce it here.
That's all right.
So one of his relatives. So and the old man told the woman, because the woman had died for some time now. She was about 70 years old. And he asked the woman, why don't you have a goose in this compound? And then the next time he went and brought a goose and planted in the compound. And it was growing, it was healthy.
It's a beautiful evening, it's a wonderful evening on this edition of Free Kick here on Aneke TV, where we are allowed to kick everything. You're allowed to kick anything and everything. You're allowed to kick the ball, but you're not allowed to kick the bucket. Good afternoon. I am Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle, bringing you this edition of wonderful games where we'll be looking into what is happening in the world of football banter. Of course, it's going to be more of transfers, more of wishy-washy here, more of those who has priced tomato, but they cannot be able to afford tomato, and they are just pricing tomato of 100,000 naira for 1,000 naira, and it does not really add up. Well, today I promise you that I'm not going to do this alone. I'm with the man of the man, the best of the man of the best of the best. Talking about, he's saying, because he knows that today is going to be all around banters, okay? And I'm talking about no other person than Arinze. Arinze, yes, good afternoon and evening and morning.
Good afternoon, my big brother.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's a wonderful day. I'm sure that because you have a lot to say, so it's weighing you down. You may not need to speak up, because if you speak up, it will be everywhere we burst. Definitely, yes. It's a beautiful afternoon. It's a beautiful day, and we are already seeing that Arsenal has already put the same way they did to Vinicius Junior. I want to start, but the same way they are doing to Vinicius Junior, they have done it to what's his name? What's this guy's name? I just remembered his name now. They have done it to Victor Osimhen. So, but we're going to see what happens at the end of the day, because today have been somehow. I'm going to see what happens. Well, I want to start off today with the latest. What happened last week? Listen, what happened last week was not just something that you can, put your mind around. Now, I want to just ask some questions. Marisa, do you think in football there should be healthy rivalry? There should be after we are done banting, we should go out and eat together.
In football,
yeah,
initially they call it a game.
Yeah,
that maybe two different people at the end of the day they will shook hands and do a lot of. But for now, I don't think at the end of the day the opposing sides will have anything to do after the game. That's my own destiny in it.
Wow, it's very important. Now we're going to see what's happening between Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Of course, congratulations to Cristiano Ronaldo last week.
But I want to say something about it. Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, to me, they are two different people.
Okay.
Why people are out there killing themselves? Cristiano Ronaldo plays different role.
And
why Messi? Different role as well. Cristiano Ronaldo is all about motivation. But Lionel Messi is imbued. So that comparison between Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, I've never in my life discussed such a thing. I can never do it.
Well, I can never do it, but I can do it because some people are blind in their estimation of what is going on now. Just let's dive right into what we have today. We're talking about Fenerbahce. Fenerbahce this period has signed Romelu Lukaku. They have also signed Mason Greenwood. They have also signed, some players who we could say they are making, they are really, really shaping up their team. They have N'Golo Kante of France there. They have Nathan Ake, former Manchester City defender. And they have some other players who are there. Now, I want us to take a look at the formation, what it's going to look like having Fenerbahce and having that team playing this week, playing in their games. It's going to make a lot of sense. And I'm telling you right now that Fenerbahce, they are ready. Now, let's talk about Romelu Lukaku. Romelu Lukaku is called the big fat cat. Why? He has delivered at the top games. I mean, trying to score, trying to do what he knows best how to do. Now, I want to ask you, when you hear about the name Romelu Lukaku, is there any comparison with him and someone like Neymar?
Romelu Lukaku. Comparing Romelu Lukaku and Neymar.
Yeah.
I can't compare, but of course, Neymar, he don't enjoy his game. Most of the times, during his this day now, he found it difficult to deliver simply because of that injury.
Yeah, the injury.
Yes. You can't compare both of them. Romelu Lukaku has done a lot, both in Chelsea, Napoli, and so on. So, Neymar, sometimes while looking at Neymar, we'll be saying, almighty Neymar. But look at how the whole thing is going. Injury here and there, injury here and there. So, that's it. To me, I can't compare both.
Yeah, to me, I can say that they are trying to, shape up the game and shape up their career. Now, I wanted us to see what Fenerbahce 2026-2027 season looks like, what the fans are expecting, the kind of signings they've had, talking about the positions that the players are going to play, where you have, Skriniar at the back, you have Ederson from Manchester City, you have Nelson Semedo of Wolves, former Wolves player. You have Marco Asensio, who is in number 10.
Semedo, the guy from Portugal.
Yes, talking about, you know this guy. So, and then you have Mason Greenwood, then you have Talisca from Al Nassr, then you have Romelu Lukaku in the midfield. I wanted us to see it just at the screen. Now, when you look at this, you will also see Guendouzi. Guendouzi is still in the midfield, and you have Brown playing by the left wing, and Nathan Ake just at the center, and Skriniar also playing close to Nathan Ake, and they're going to be just a wonderful game. Now, they are clearly building a win-up window. Now, do you think that this winning team can face teams like Victor Osimhen in the Turkish league? Because all of them are in the Turkish league. That you have seen Salah moving to Trabzonspor, and you see other names. They are trying. Trabzonspor currently is trying to sign the Darwin Núñez, former Liverpool player who went to the Saudi. He's going to Trabzonspor. Now, looking at the
Uruguayan player.
Yeah. So you see, looking at this, I think the team is really coming together, and they are really going to play wonderful football. Now, before we go right into the world of transfers, I want us to see the last 50 winners of FA Community Shield. I would love it to come, for us to have it on the screen. Last 50 winners of the FA Community Shield. That we'll see the last 50 winners from the time it started in 1976. That's when we're talking about it. Now we have the very first winners in the last 50. I would use the word recipe. Yes, Liverpool. Now Liverpool being the best and the first in the last 50 winning. You have Manchester United. Liverpool played it and won it. Then Liverpool and Manchester United won it in 1977. They played in 1977. Manchester United won it in 1977. Then in 1978, Nottingham Forest won FA Community Shield. Guess what I'm talking about? FA Community Shield. Tomorrow, Arsenal is going to face their team to bring in. They're going to face this game. I'm talking about looking at it. Then becoming Premier League champions. It's going to be an interesting time to see. Just take a look at that screen. You will see what we're talking about. Yeah, Manchester United Community Shield. Now, Man United won it in 1993 to 1994. That's them becoming Premier League champions. When Manchester United won it in 1993-1994, you see them winning it again in 1996-1997. Then Chelsea by 2005-2006. Man United 2007-2008. Man U has won it. Just 8 out of 34 Community Shield winners in the Premier League era have gone on to win the title that season. That's 23.5%. So why? And 10 teams have loved the Community Shield before going to the league. Okay, this is actually what we have seen in the game, that when teams lose in the Community Shield, they go on to win the Premier League. Now, looking at Manchester United, let's talk about Manchester United. What do you think about the reformations, what you're seeing Michael Carrick do this time around in the team? What do you, if you were Michael Carrick, do you think he's doing enough?
Yes, Michael Carrick is trying his best.
Yeah.
Because ever since he came to Manchester United, he has been doing well. Honestly, both the midfield, the strikers, and the defense, all of them, they are trying their possible best. But we still need a midfielder and also maybe a striker, because I don't believe in, even people has been shouting, saying a lot of things concerning Ziggy and Sesko. I don't believe in them.
You don't believe in Jesse?
Yes, they are not world class. To me, they are not world class.
To you, they are not. Why are they not world class? Because that's the question.
Sesko is close, is sluggish, sort of.
Okay, can we compare Sesko with Gyökeres of Arsenal?
I prefer Gyökeres.
How do you prefer Gyökeres?
Very well. I prefer Gyökeres.
Okay, can we compare Sesko with Højlund?
No.
Aha.
Let's just forget about that one.
Yeah, now we are coming together to see.
Let's just forget about Højlund. That one is so overhyped.
Okay, overhyped. Now, can we say Sesko has some Premier League qualities, even though you don't like him?
It's not that I don't like him. His style of play.
Okay.
Sesko cannot be maybe in. Can Sesko play in Manchester United? In Chelsea.
Sesko can play in Chelsea. What? Sesko is okay. Well, let me not say Sesko is better than João Pedro. Sesko is actually a good player. I would say he's a good player. You saw how many goals he scored in his team, and he is really good.
I call him an opportunist.
You call him an opportunist?
Yes, he just wake up from his sleep and find himself in Manchester United. I didn't see him as maybe it's not possible. It's not possible. I didn't believe in Sesko. Talk more of Ziggy. Those people are there. Just I call him an
after all this, after all the militant training that Zexi has been pulling off, all the trainings he has been pulling off. You don't believe in Zexi?
Zexi is just
okay. Now let's talk about Zexi and talk about who can we talk about in the Premier League? Okay, let's talk about Zexi and let's talk about João Pedro of Chelsea.
Okay.
João Pedro of Chelsea is the striker. Okay, let's leave João Pedro because João Pedro has more minutes. Let's talk about Nicholas Jackson. That's Chelsea's striker. But before we talk about,
you mean the one that came back from Bayern?
Yes, that's the one I'm talking about. Do you think Zexi and Jackson are together?
No, they are two different people.
Okay, but in performance, that's what I'm asking.
In performance,
yeah.
I prefer Sesko. I prefer Sesko to Jackson. I prefer Sesko.
Okay. Why do you prefer Sesko to Jackson?
Sesko normally helps when we need it.
Yeah, normally.
He delivers at the right time.
Okay.
I believe in him very, very well. He delivers at the right time.
Okay, Sesko.
But you can't play. Sesko cannot start maybe from first half till the end of the game. I prefer Sesko 10 minutes to the game or 20 minutes to end the game. Then you can introduce him to the game. But I don't believe in Sesko. I don't believe in Sesko at all. I'm not even seeing him as a striker.
You are seeing him as a content creator?
No, not a content. Supporting. I'm not even seeing him as a striker. I don't believe in him.
All right. We're going to take a short break. But before we take a short break, I want to check another player. Now, when you look at how the Premier League teams are forming up, who will you think is going to come out in this 2026-2027 Premier League and do something? And we're still going to talk about Manchester City. We're still going to talk about Manchester City and Arsenal having their Community Shield just tomorrow on Sunday. But who do you think, before we go on the short break, who do you think is going to just play a wonderful game in this Premier League window now? Yes, in the Premier League.
Tottenham is there.
This guy carry ball reach Tottenham. I beg. Let's go on a short break.
Tottenham is there.
Let's go on a short.
I'm coming.
Okay.
Chelsea is the Man City, Man U. These four teams.
Okay. You're not counting Liverpool.
Liverpool are not, as in they are not serious. They are not ready.
They are not ready. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we return, we bring you more updates on this edition of Free Kick. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Still on this edition of Free Kick. It's a beautiful evening where we are dealing with teams that has refused to strengthen their squad. And we've had a lot of defense from their fans who has said that they have done that before. That it's not even about strengthening your squad. It's about the players who you have signed to adapt to the league. It's very unfortunate to make such a remark when you are expected to be at the top, but then you are still adapting. Just one season is not enough for adaptation. I don't even understand what the adaptation is. Still on the matter, while we're talking about this, I'm with Arinze. We're dealing with teams and we're dealing with clubs. I hope you're ready for some dealings. In case your team is mentioned, please don't be annoyed, don't be afraid. It's what we do here, and we do it for a good cause so that we can see what will happen. Now let's go over to the community shield this weekend. It's a wonderful time that we're having, although there are some irregularities that we have seen Arsenal trying to grab Victor Osimhen, and Victor Osimhen now, they will vex Victor Osimhen, and Victor Osimhen will now go and sign contract 10 years in Galatasaray, because when they nearly did that to Vinicius Junior, Vinicius went on to sign 6 years. They say, what kind of insult is that? How can a team that is not a Champions League player come for me? Like, team that you mean I will move from 15 Champions League to 0?
But is it possible? Is it possible that Arsenal will sign Osimhen?
How can it be possible Arsenal will sign Osimhen?
Is it possible?
Well, I would like Arsenal to sign Osimhen. Let me tell you why. My reasons are not so private, but it is a good reason.
They would have done
because
it
Osimhen is my brother. Osimhen is my guy. You see, I'm flying my color.
Okay, excuse me. It's not that I'm talking down on Osimhen. I'm talking about the club Arsenal. They would have done it last season when they're supposed to.
So you mean Arsenal cannot sign Osimhen?
It's not possible.
Which one is possible? Because Arsenal is looking for a striker now.
Yes.
I mean, I would have sent worldwide to strike for them, but
if Arsenal
he's not around.
Victor Osimhen right now, yeah, it's possible. Victor Osimhen will fit in very, very well. You fit in even more than Gyökeres. I prefer Victor Osimhen to Gyökeres, but Arsenal would have done it last season. Okay. Victor Osimhen did not went for they just concluded World Cup, and you're expecting them to sign him. It's not possible. I'm not seeing any green light in it.
But Arteta himself has tetanora to sign to agree to give an interest, to give a green light. Don't you think Victor Osimhen coming to the Premier League will be a rescue operation for his career?
Yes.
Because there's no top guy who played many years ago. Imagine, okay, let me use names. I know you know Emenike. You know Emenike. You know Victor Nsofo. Emmanuel Emenike, Victor Nsofo. Then you know Obafemi Martins, yes. Obago, Oba Wonders.
Play for Inter Milan.
Yeah, play for Inter Milan. If you see this guy, you see the kind of teams they played for. They played for great teams. Guys who were just, not that Galatasaray is not a good team. Yeah. They are a wonderful team. I really, really love Galatasaray. I love Galatasaray and I love every club. But I'm just saying that Victor Osimhen may need a new competition. But it depends on his contract over there in Galatasaray. But while we're still talking about that, let's go down to the Community Shield. What is going to happen this weekend? Bam, 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 bam. Now, I want to tell you something. Looking at this, Arsenal is boasting that they're going to win Manchester City. Why Manchester City has said they don't have anything. Now remember, Manchester City has a new transition. Enzo Maresca has come into Manchester City to establish that team. And it's looking like
Arsenal should have it at the back of their mind that Doku is there.
Oh, you just started with Doku. That's Doku the problem we're having.
Doku is there. Doku is there. But Arsenal winning Community Shield,
Arsenal, okay. Do you think after 22 years of barrenness, they had to wake up one day and let me just use the word. Let me use the Christianese word. They were remembered, and after their hard work of 8 years, 22 years.
It's not hard work. Arsenal should go back and thank Everton.
Wahala.
That withheld Man City 2-2. Arsenal should go back and thank them, even buy a lot of things for them. Cow, all those things. Let them go back and do it. Don't just forget about those things. But Arsenal, Man City, Community Shield, it will be difficult. But at the end of the day, Man City will carry the day.
Okay, so what's the score line? Because I'm looking at 10-1. But Arsenal is really good. Like, yes. All their competitions and their outings with Manchester City has been one-sided. I will really say has been one-sided because of the way they have played. They have almost had draws, just 2-1. There has not been a goalless game. Maybe even if it is a goalless game, it doesn't really.
How many Arsenal players performed very well during the World Cup?
Well, the players are mostly in the World Cup.
Yes, but their performance there, how was it?
Well, I would tell you one of their players, Merino, was the threat.
Only one. Okay, what of their defense line?
Oh, defense line.
Saliba. How far? No, now.
You just went to the crux of the matter to bring it out. Now, I want us to move on. Let's talk about something else. While we're talking about that, there's this news about Leipzig, RB Leipzig. These guys know how to do business. RB Leipzig knows how to do business. Do you believe that they know how to do business? They signed Shesko for 22 million euros. and they sold him to Manchester United for 87 million euros. They
Overhyped.
signed Viado for 60 million euros, sold him for 89 million euros. They signed Diomande for 20 million euros and sold him for 140 million euros. Now, Šeško to Manchester United, Viado to Manchester City. Diomande just signed from Real Madrid, and then you have Olmo for 61 million. Danny Olmo of Barcelona, you know, he was sold to Barcelona for 61 million euros. Now you have the signed Szoboszlai for 21 million euros. The Liverpool Szoboszlai, and they sold him for 70 million euros. That's totaling around 350 million euros profit from just 5 players. Mental. Now let's talk about football business. If I sign you now and I pay how much will it be? But let's talk about football business. Now, do you think it's just a waste of money? Because since you said Šeško is not the right guy, that Manchester United wasted money on Šeško?
In terms of that, the statement you just made right now, Manchester United should supposed to go out there and look for a good striker.
Okay, suggest the strikers. Because you're facing Man U this night. Suggest the strikers.
I'm not facing Man U this night. I'm a Man U fan.
Okay.
But let truth be told, Šeško is not the right man. You know, so we will play Champions League, FA Cup, Carling Cup, so all these things, these things. So Šeško cannot do it alone. We need someone that will help him.
Okay. Okay. Now let's go over to some controversial issues where you have, you know, some laws preventing a referee from being part of the World Cup. Now that referee has come back to, you know, become the referee who officiated the UEFA Super Cup just a few days ago between Aston Villa and Paris Saint-Germain. He is a Somalian, and he has come to thank FIFA. There's this football, you know, he wrote on the football, he says, "This was my World Cup." You know, he said, "Thank you, FIFA, already made my life." They already had made their life. That's the referee and the football. Now, you know, looking at this, because of the laws and how it is, you will see that this magnificent Omar Atan, he wrote a message on the ball and thanking UEFA for choosing him. Now, you see, it seems to be one of the things you've seen in the world of football so far, how they have actually, you know, seen how he himself, how he has seen a better side of the game, and he was able to feature as the officiating referee for the Super Cup. It's amazing. It's really amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. But what happened to Nigerian referees?
And that's the question we must be asking.
What happened to
Nigerian referees? So what happened to Nigerian referees? I'm asking my audience, and we're asking our audience, what really happened to Nigerian referee? Because we're trying to know what happened to the Nigerian referees. Why are we not having one or two in the international world, you know, gathering to climbing to this extent? Because we are seeing this is the best referee in Africa, but he was not allowed into America for FIFA World Cup. Why was he talking about that? Let's go over to Leicester United, Leicester City. Yes, because United is all over me. So any team that is not United is just like apartnighted. Apartnighted. Now we're talking about Leicester City, who is said to, you know, set their club to be on sale, and this is the end of an era. And they have been put on sale by King Power for 200 million euros plus, following disastrous fall to League One. So this is what we are seeing right now.
Honestly, I saw it coming. Ever since that their chairman died on plane crash a few years ago, I saw it coming. Even the way they were going down from Premiership to Championship, from Championship to League One. So what do you expect from them?
Well,
so that's it. I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised.
So what can be done when a team goes down to this extent? What do you think that can be done to take them in and, you know, to organize them? Because I'm surprised to see Leicester City after they won that Premier League, that they just came from nowhere. And also, I think there's a problem here, and I'm going to point it out. Leicester City, they did not win just the Premier League. They won issues. Now, they sold Harry Maguire, they sold Wilfred Ndidi,
Than they drink water.
They sold than they drink water and sold him to test. They sold him to test. Then they sold Riyad Mahrez to Manchester City. They sold Kelechi Iheanacho.
Yes, to Man City.
To Manchester City.
Yes.
Then they sold many other players there. It was only Jamie Vardy that remained in Leicester.
Yes.
So it now became a coalition of players. They were not even able to buy or to get in new players. That affected them. So for them to fall to that extent, in fact, they just had one season of rain and then we're just, oh, they're everywhere. Next time, boom, they're nowhere to be found. But it's just a problem that we've seen so far and we're trying to know what we're going to talk about that. But at the end of the day, Leicester City to me has been a beautiful club and they have given us memories. Now let's go over to Cristiano Ronaldo is back to Nasa. I know he's your man. Now let's talk about Cristiano Ronaldo. Now it's just setting up because just a few days ago he wedded his lovely wife Georgina Rodriguez, and while we're still talking about wedding Georgina Rodriguez, there's also some fact that he had to send some condolence to Lionel Messi who lost a dad. So he was celebrating while Lionel Messi was grieving. Yeah, so what do you think about that?
I don't see anything in it. People, and I know a lot of people will come up there to criticize Ronaldo while doing it at this time, but we are here killing ourselves between Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Why both of them are over there enjoying themselves? They are good friends. Even during the Ballon d'Or, you know, sometimes two of them normally sit together and be discussing as well. So while we are here, people normally kill themselves over there, fighting, destroying a lot of things.
Yeah.
Which is not good.
Which is not good, which is not really, really good. It's very good that they are together and he has returned to training. Both of them have returned to their club football and it's going to be an interesting time. All right, this is where we're calling it a day on this edition of Free Kick. Thank you very much for watching. Until we come your way, same time, same station on Monday. Have a wonderful evening. Bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
We have evolved, but it seems to me that our ideas of gender have not. I actually detest this behavior more than I detest politics.
I think including women in leadership is essential.
Particularly how we educate girls. That is
5 daughters is what he had, and that's not such a big deal in northern Nigeria. Where's the son?
The only thing I can do is to match them on the field of politics. And my husband said, finally.
If there's any way I can improve myself, I'm on that journey.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Major General Johnson Thomas Omonakwe Aguiyi-Ironsi remains one of the most enigmatic figures in West African political history. Born on March 3, 1924 in Umuahia, Abia State, his rise from a private soldier in 1942 to the UN force commander in the Congo, 1964, and Nigeria's first military head of state, 1966, illustrates both the height of military professionalism and the perils of political centralism in a multi-ethnic federation. On January 15, 1966, a bloody military coup led by mid-level officers shattered Nigeria's First Republic, claiming the lives of Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Northern Premier Ahmadu Bello, and Western Premier Samuel Ladoke Akintola. In the ensuing power vacuum, General Officer Commanding Major General Johnson Thomas Omunakwe Aguiyi-Ironsi rallied loyal troops, quashed the insurrection, and assumed power on January 16, 1966. Known as Johnny Ironside for his courageous command during the United Nations operation in the Congo in 1960 and 1964, Ironsi was a soldier's soldier. Awarded the member of the Royal Victorian Order, MVO, and the Rita Crews Award, his military credentials were unimpeachable. Yet, he inherited a deeply divided nation, reeling from political assassinations and regional suspicion. Seeking to eliminate tribalism and foster national cohesion, Ironsi promulgated Unification Decree No. 34 on May 24, 1966. The decree abolished Nigeria's federal structure, merging regional civil services into a single central unit. Though intended to enforce national unity, the policy backfired. Northern political elites viewed the decree and Ironsi's delay in trying the January 15 coup plotters as a deliberate move toward regional dominance. Tensions reached a boiling point on July 29, 1966. During a nationwide consultation tour in Ibadan, Northern officers led a counter-coup. Lieutenant Colonel Adekunle Fadri refused to surrender his guest, leading to the assassination of both officers. Ironsi's reign ended after just 194 days, paving the way for Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon and setting off a chain of events that culminated in the Nigerian Civil War. 6 decades later, the centralizing effects of Decree 34 continue to shape Nigeria's constitutional architecture. Aguiyi-Ironsi's brief tenure remains a sobering reminder that national unity cannot be compelled by executive fiat. It requires continuous negotiation, equity, and trust. Aguiyi-Ironsi was an exceptional tactical and operational commander whose career in the Royal West African Frontier Force and United Nations proved his courage and administrative capability. However, his transition from military hierarchy to civilian statecraft highlighted a fundamental mismatch. Political governance in a multi-ethnic state demands consensus building, whereas military command relies on direct obedience. Decree 34 was designed to eliminate regional parochialism, but because it was enacted without democratic consultation or cross-regional buy-in, it was perceived as an attempt to consolidate power. Modern African leadership demonstrates that structural constitutional changes must be backed by transparent stakeholder dialogue rather than central decrees. In times of national crisis, a leader must not only act impartially, but must clearly be seen as impartial. Iran's decision to detain rather than immediately try the January 15th coup plotters created an informational void quickly filled by suspicion and conspiracy theories, ultimately triggering the July 1966 counter-coup. Proactive, transparent public communication remains vital for political stability.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Few names command as much respect in Nigeria's political history as Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. Scholar, journalist, nationalist, statesman, and one of Africa's foremost advocates of self-rule. Azikiwe dedicated his life to the pursuit of freedom, national unity, and human development. Popularly known as Zik of Africa, he was not merely a politician. He was a thinker whose philosophy inspired generations of Africans to challenge colonial rule, embrace education, and build societies founded on justice, dignity, and equal opportunity. Born on November 16, 1904, in Zungeru, present-day Niger State, to Igbo parents from Onitsha in present-day Anambra State, Azikiwe's early life exposed him to Nigeria's cultural diversity. That experience shaped his lifelong belief that the country's strength lies in its unity rather than its differences. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, he pursued higher education in the United States, earning degrees in political science, history, and anthropology, despite enduring severe financial hardship. Those years deepened his conviction that education was the greatest weapon against ignorance, poverty, and oppression. Returning to Africa in the 1930s, Azikiwe chose journalism as his first instrument of national liberation. Through newspapers such as the West African Pilot, he challenged colonial rule, encouraged political consciousness, and inspired millions to believe that Africans deserved independence and dignity. His famous declaration, "Show the light and the people will find a way," became more than a slogan. It reflected his belief that enlightened citizens are the foundation for democratic progress. At the heart of his political thought was Zikism, a philosophy that sought to transform African society intellectually, morally, and economically. Zikism rested on 5 enduring principles. The first was spiritual balance, the belief that moral integrity and respect for humanity should guide leadership and public service. The second was social regeneration, calling for the elimination of discrimination based on ethnicity, class, or religion, while promoting equality and social justice. The third was economic determinism, encouraging Africans to achieve economic independence through entrepreneurship, innovation, industrialization, and productive labor rather than dependence. The fourth was mental emancipation, urging Africans to reject colonial inferiority and develop confidence in their identity, culture, and intellectual abilities. The fifth was political resurgence, advocating democratic governance, constitutionalism, accountable leadership, and active citizen participation. For Azikiwe, political independence alone was never enough. A nation, he argued, could only be truly free when its citizens were educated, economically empowered, and morally responsible. These ideals guided his political career. He became one of the principal architects of Nigeria's independence, working alongside other nationalist leaders to negotiate an end to British colonial rule. Following independence in 1960, Azikiwe became Nigeria's first indigenous governor-general, and in 1963, the country's first president after Nigeria became a republic. Although the office was largely ceremonial under the parliamentary system, Azikiwe remained a powerful symbol of national unity during one of the most delicate periods in Nigeria's history. Beyond politics, his influence extended to education. He consistently promoted investment in schools, universities, libraries, and research institutions, believing that no nation could achieve sustainable development without cultivating knowledge and critical thinking. His commitment to education inspired generations of scholars, professionals, and public servants across Africa. Azikiwe also championed African solidarity. Long before continental integration became fashionable, he envisioned an Africa capable of speaking with one voice, cooperating economically, and defending its collective interest in global affairs. His advocacy contributed to the broader Pan-African movement that later influenced the establishment of continental institutions and stronger regional cooperation. Yet, like many founding leaders, Azikiwe governed during periods of intense political rivalry, ethnic tensions, and constitutional disputes. While historians continue to debate aspects of that era, there is broad agreement that his commitment to dialogue, constitutional order, and national cohesion remained central to his public life. Today, nearly 3 decades after his death in 1996, his ideas continue to resonate. His emphasis on ethical leadership challenges public officials to place national interest above personal ambition. His belief in education reminds policymakers that human capital remains a nation's greatest resource. His insistence on unity calls on political leaders to resist the rhetoric and instead build institutions that promote inclusion, justice, and equal opportunity. His advocacy for economic self-reliance encourages governments to diversify the economy, strengthen local industries, and empower young entrepreneurs. His respect for democratic values reinforces the importance of accountability, transparency, the rule of law, and peaceful political competition. For today's Nigerian leaders, Azikiwe's life offers enduring lessons. Leadership demands vision before popularity. Character must outweigh power. Knowledge must guide policy. National unity requires deliberate effort. Public office is ultimately a platform for service rather than privilege. Perhaps the greatest tribute to Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe is not found in monuments or official ceremonies. It is found in every effort to build a Nigeria where merit triumphs over mediocrity, where education opens doors of opportunity, where diversity becomes a source of strength, and where leadership is measured not by personal wealth or political influence, but by the lasting impact it leaves on the lives of ordinary citizens. Nearly a century after his thirst inspired Nigerians to imagine a free nation, the philosophy of Zekism continues to ask a timeless question. Will those entrusted with leadership pursue power for themselves, or use it to transform society for generations yet unborn? That question remains as relevant today as it was in the lifetime of the man history remembers simply as Zik of Africa.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeat of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today we'll take a look on an issue that is trending and causing serious crisis in the nation. Speaking to, can a federal agency shut down a state without a court order? Today, on The Insight, we examine a question that goes to the very heart of Nigeria's constitutional democracy. Can a federal agency shut down a state without court order? The controversy surrounding the freezing of Osun State government accounts by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has moved beyond a dispute over money. It has become a major test of the rule of law, the limits of executive, the independence of the states, and indeed the true character of Nigeria's federal system. Governor Adeleke has approached the Federal High Court in Abuja, arguing that the EFCC acted without judicial authorization and in doing so violated key provisions of the Constitution, including Section 1 on constitutional supremacy, Section 6 on judicial powers, Section 36 on fair hearing, Section 44 on property rights, and Section 162 on the management and distribution of public revenue. The suit also raises questions over the scope of the EFCC's powers under Section 34 of its Enabling Act. The issue is not whether corruption should be investigated. It must be investigated, and public funds must never become private privilege. But can the fight against corruption be pursued in a manner that cripples governance, disrupts salaries and public services, and places an entire state at the mercy of a federal agency? Can an investigative body acting without prior judicial scrutiny freeze funds belonging not to one individual but to a million of citizens? And beyond Ocean, what does this mean for the future of federalism in Nigeria? If a federal institution can restrict a state's finances, can we still speak confidently of state autonomy, fiscal federalism, and a constitutional balance of powers? To interrogate these critical legal and constitutional questions, we are joined by a constitutional lawyer and a human rights activist, a former member of Enugu State House Assembly, Honorable Wabeze Ugu. Honorable, it's a pleasure to have you on the Insight.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, our viewers.
All right. Before we get to these issues, let's just take a moment and go on a break. When we return, we'll start to dig deep on these issues.
Okay.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome back. You're still watching The Insight, and now we'll dig deep on this the very heart of this issue, where we'll listen to Honorable Wabeze Ugu explain the constitutional issues surrounding this matter. Honorable, let's start with the EFCC, and we are asking, does EFCC have clear constitutional or statutory authority to freeze a state government account?
First and foremost, it's important to remind Nigerians that we have a constitution. The preamble to that constitution, 1999 constitution, says that we, the people of Nigeria, gave to ourselves this constitution. That is the preamble to the 1999 constitution. So the constitution was is a legal document that was given to Nigeria by all Nigerians. Section 1 deals on supremacy of the constitution. Subsection 2 of section 1 says that the country as a whole, and indeed every other part of the country, shall not be governed except in accordance with the constitution, with the provisions of the constitution. It says it from the negative point of view. It says Nigeria as a whole, this country, neither the country nor any part of it shall be governed except in accordance with the provisions of the constitution. It's also important to let us know that whatever anybody does, when you cough, you are coughing because the constitution has given you the freedom to cough. Yeah. When you talk, you are talking because the constitution gave you the right to talk. That's why it is often said that your right to speak ends where the right of your neighbors, of every other person to a protection of their integrity, their reputation, their public image, and their prestige. You don't have to speak and use your mouth to cause other persons pain or to defend them or to commit any form of libel or defamation or slander with your mouth. So inasmuch as the Constitution under Chapter 4 gives you the right to freedom of speech, you must realize that your freedom of speech is not absolute. There is no absolute power anywhere, either in the Constitution,
no absolute power.
None. Every law, every power, every right that you have is guided by law. So it's not absolute. Okay. You can't go outside the law to do anything. If you look at the Constitution again, Chapter 4 is the most important part of the Constitution. is the most important chapter of the Constitution.
On the freedom of speech.
It runs from sections 33 to section 46. Okay. So, freedom of speech is dealt with by, I think, section 39 or 40. Under the 1979 Constitution, it was section 38. But now I think it's 39 or 40. I'm not very sure now. So, now so all those sections of chapter 4 are the Nigerian Supreme Court has said severally, especially in LPDC against Chief Gani Fawemi, that the Supreme Court actually was referring to section 36, 33 under the 79 Constitution, but 36 now on right to fair hearing. And the Supreme Court said that section is the most important section of the Constitution, which has the privilege of nullifying any other section of the Constitution, or indeed any other law that is inconsistent with it. It also does not stop that imprimatur given by the Supreme Court does not stop with section 36. It runs through the gamut of chapter 4. That's 33, which is right to life, to 46, which is the way you question any breach of your fundamental rights. You go to court. Now, on anything that is there, you don't have the right to breach it. Now, it now brings us to the very question that you asked. Does the EFCC have the right to freeze the account of a state government? When I quoted section 1, I was trying to say that the EFCC itself must do whatever they are doing in accordance with the law. Otherwise, that thing that they've done will be a nullity. Remember also that the EFCC was set up by a law, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission Act. That was what set up, I think it's 2007, yes. That was what set up, or 2003 or 4. That was what set up the EFCC. Now, the EFCC must ensure that everything it does is in accordance with that law setting it up. Otherwise, it will become a nullity. Otherwise, it will run foul of section 1, subsection 2. Now, what law has EFCC implemented? Yes, I agree that the EFCC Act empowers the EFCC to go to any court, a high court. Well, by high court, it actually is talking about the Federal High Court, which deals on the finances of the federal government. That the EFCC can go to a Federal High Court and they tell the Federal High Court, please give us the authority to freeze somebody's account provisionally, not absolutely. Because if it's absolute, it will run foul of section 36 on fair hearing. Because you know that if you look at section 36, there are two pillars of natural justice: odioterem patem and nemo judex in propria causa sua. Now, odioterem patem means hear the other side. Chika Fodile, before he was appointed the Federal Attorney General, Minister for Justice in 1984, he was addressing an Abon by say High Court, and he said that consultation before decision on any issue affecting anybody is taken is a fundamental and indispensable foundation of justice. Now, the implication is that you can't take decision on the right of anybody, anything affecting anybody, without hearing from him. Remember what Pontius Pilate told the people who brought Jesus Christ to crucify, you should crucify Jesus Christ. He said, no, I must hear the man. And it's like that everywhere. The Constitution and the courts of this country are so, they look at it as being sacrosanct, that before you take decision affecting anybody, the person must be heard. That's why the Nigerian Supreme Court has continuously warned on ex parte applications. Ex parte means without hearing the other side. You just hear one party, you give order. That is just to maintain things in their status quo, to make sure that things don't spoil before we hear him. Because if we now say, let's hear him, things may spoil. So keep this thing, let's hear him. before we take decision on what will happen. So now, that's why the EFCC Act gave that provision. But that does not mean that the EFCC will have to bandy it about anyhow and everywhere and anyhow. That's why it's often said, there is no law in any part of the world that will be absolutely complete, that will deal on everything. In fact, Nigerian laws, the Constitution is one of the biggest in the world. Nigerian Constitution is one of the biggest in the world. And yet, there seem to be lacuna everywhere, because laws always expect that it is human beings that will implement it. So the human beings must use their brain in implementing the law. Well, the EFCC Act says, Mr. EFCC can go to a court and say, freeze this man's account provisionally. Person, of course, a government is also a person. A company is a person under the law. The company is an artificial person. Human being is a natural person. The government is an artificial person as well. But then, you must ensure that you do this. What is the reason that you get the court before the court could give you that order? It's very important. That's why it's often said also that when for any reason, you go to court in an ex parte application for the court to do something for you without hearing the man who is affected by that thing that is going to be done. Whatever thing you brought before the court, with which the court gave you that order, you must also serve it on the man against whom the order was made, to enable the man know whether the order was obtained by fraud. So that if that order was obtained by fraud, the person will come to court and say, Mr. Court, see, this thing that this man said that made you give him order, provisional order against me, is not true. Look at the correct position. You bring documents to back it up. Court will say, oh, what you're saying is correct. Mr. Man, why did you do this now? For doing this thing, you pay this man 10 million, 10 billion, any amount of money, because you obtained this order by fraud. So if EFCC had obtained the order from the court by fraud, Osun State government has the locus to go to court and say, oh, Oga Court, see, this was obtained by fraud. And the court would say, EFCC, pay him so amount of money. So, but the long and short of it is that it will not be right for us to make ourselves a laughing stock. It appeared to be it appeared to be something that the entire country has come to believe and to accept, that this thing is being done because of politics. It doesn't paint Nigeria in a good light at all. That this is because some persons do not want the government to be in funds in order to pay civil servants, so that the civil servants will get angry with the government, and the entire state will be so angry with the government, and they will say, oh, because you have eaten our money, you have refused to pay us, you can't come back, we vote against you. You see, it's important that, because every government is assumed to be a responsible government right around the world, because it's also assumed to be operated and managed by highly responsible and articulate individuals.
All right. The bottom line here is that had they been the EFCC, or we assume the EFCC had gone before a court of competent jurisdiction and obtained order of court before freezing the Osun State account.
That's right.
That before the law, they are right.
Yes.
But in this instance, if it is proved that EFCC never did that, then they have contravened the law setting up EFCC.
Of course.
Okay.
And if EFCC is found not to have obtained an order of court to do that, to be frank with you, it will not only mean, some people may even say, let EFCC be disbanded. Some people may say, for doing this, every person that had a hand in it, any person that had a hand in it, assuming no court order was obtained, such person should not only be sacked from work, that person should indeed be sent to prison. Because we must begin to say, we must begin to situate Nigeria the way we want it to be. You see, there's a problem here. If Mr. A is the president, he will probably do what he likes, even against other persons. Now, when he stops being the president, that other, well, he may be one of those other persons he didn't handle well. He handled illegally somehow. As one of them becomes president, he will not expect that that person that has become president will do such. The Jesuit said, if, however you want a man to treat you, treat the man that same way. Whatever you know a man will, if a man does you won't like, you don't have the moral justification to do it to anybody. If it's politics, that is wrong.
All right, Honorable, there's a fundamental issue here. Being that Nigeria is practicing federalism, where we have there is a federal government and there is a state government, equal jurisdiction set up by law, protected by Nigerian law. And the question is that EFCC was established under an act. There is an act drawn from the Constitution establishing EFCC. And we are questioning the right of this very agency of the federal government to not only investigate, but to freeze the account of a state government. Doesn't that speak to a checkered federalism?
Well, like I did say, we are not, yes, Nigeria is a federation, but we're not talking of federalism now. Okay. Because what we are looking at is the spirit and the intent of the spirit and the intendment of the Constitution, spirit and letters of the Constitution. The Constitution says the National Assembly has the right and the freedom to make laws. Okay. Everything contained in the exclusive legislative list. When 99 Constitution came into being, we had 68 items on that list. It's no longer 68 because some have been removed. The electricity has been removed, and the fuel, railway has been removed, and few others have been removed. So they're no longer up to 68 now. But then it still remains so large. Now, outside that exclusive legislative list contained in part 1 of the first schedule to the Constitution, which is provided by Section 4, subsection 2 of the Constitution. Outside that, we still have the concurrent list. And that concurrent list, I think, is about 26 items, 26 paragraphs or so. But that, the Constitution still says, Section 4, subsection 3, that the State House of Assembly has the right to make laws in respect of the concurrent. Remember, it's concurrent. That means it's not exclusive to the state. It's concurrent between the state and the federal and the federation. That section also says that if any law made by the state from this concurrent list is found to be inconsistent with the one made by the National Assembly, that the law made by the state shall be a nullity to the extent of the inconsistency with that one made by the federal government. So the implication now is that the federal government has unfettered latitude to make laws for this country in any area that they choose. Now, it cannot be said, assuming we had a true federation. That's why a lot of people have been clamoring for true federation. They've been clamoring for devolution of powers to the constituent states, what somebody could call restructuring. That's why people have been clamoring. Because the way it is, we just operate a unitary system. It is federation in name, but unitary in form. Okay. Now, the EFCC, there is nothing the EFCC will do that will be declared a nullity unless it is inconsistent to the provisions of the Constitution or provisions of the Act setting up EFCC. Because the Act setting up EFCC is in accordance with the Constitution. It was made by the powers conferred upon the National Assembly by the Constitution. They didn't go beyond their powers by making that law, that EFCC Act. So anything, if EFCC conducts its affairs on the basis of the content of the 1999 Constitution or the content of the Act of the EFCC, then what they have done is right. But like I did say, if Osun State, after looking at their affidavits that accompany their motion ex parte, they now discover that there is a lie told by EFCC, that there is anyhow they didn't put the correct picture before the court. They brought some lies in order to make the court to do it, in order to obtain that order from the court. Then it will be said that the order was obtained by fraud. They will inform the court, and then the court will roll the big stick. So that insofar as they got an order of court, then you cannot say that what they did is illegal. That's the long and short of it. If we must be very elementary and practical.
Honorable, why I ask this question. Some legally exposed individuals, learned individuals like yourself, have argued that, and they continue to argue that the actions of EFCC is an attack on the fiscal autonomy of Osun State.
That's why I said you can't attack what the EFCC did on the basis of the fact that the federal government agency cannot do anything against a state government. You can't attack EFCC what they act on that basis. You also cannot attack what the EFCC have done if they obtained an order of court. But look at the order that they obtained. Look at the reasons that they gave the court. That is what will tell you whether what they did was right or what they did was wrong. But insofar as they did what they did, they presented what they presented before the court in accordance with the EFCC Act, in accordance with the Money Laundering Act, because as they said, there was a laundering. You can't. It's difficult for us here to say there was money laundering, or that I've not seen the order that EFCC said they got. So I do not know anything about it. I've not seen the application they brought before the court that made the court to give them the order. So these things have to be looked at. The law is not a thing that you don't interpret it in a bar or in a marketplace. You need to look at the spirit and letters of the law, the clear letters. What does the law say? And it must be interpreted in accordance with what the written words. You don't do it by guessing.
All right, Honorable, conceding to the fact that if there is, let's say, diversion, misappropriation, or let me use the word looting of the funds of Osun State government, if we should concede to the actions of EFCC, doesn't the law have a human face, knowing that the account of Osun State, for example, it was meant for the people of Osun State?
Let me say this very clearly. If the EFCC just said, assuming the application that the EFCC made to the court is obtained, and they say they made that application because there's looting, then whoever says that must probably may need the services of a psychiatrist.
Okay.
Because if there's looting of the funds of EFCC, you cannot
Osun State.
Oh, sorry, of Osun State. You cannot. EFCC cannot, because of that, go to ask a court to freeze the account of the state. You can't. If somebody has looted the account of a state, you proceed against that person. You pick up that person, you investigate him, you take him to court. The Constitution, Section 308, protects the governor and the deputy governor from prosecution while they are there. You can't prosecute any of them while he's there. You can prosecute him after. But there is no governor or deputy governor in Nigeria that handles the state funds, the state accounts. They're handled by human beings. The EFCC can pick up any of those persons. If you think that the account of the state has been looted, you go to the man that looted it, you pick him up, you interrogate him. Even the Constitution does not say a governor cannot be investigated. Remember that Chief Gani Fawemi had gone to court against one governor. I can't remember the governor now. And the court said, yes, the governor can be investigated, but you can't prosecute. You can't prosecute him. You can't bring a civil suit against him personally while he's in office. You can't bring a criminal matter against him personally while he's in office, unless you are bringing a matter in a court of law, a civil case where he is a nominal party only. If he's a nominal party, yes, you can join the governor, not in his personal name. Because the moment you put his personal name, it's no longer, you are now attacking him directly. So, but then, now I am trying to say that if the reason of EFCC is that there's looting, or there is a possibility of looting, that they are suspecting that the state government will use the funds of the state to probably give to politicians, or buy votes, or do this, or do that, that is not sufficient at all to freeze the account. There must be a clear reason why you are freezing the account. And what I'm trying to say is that I can't see that reason. I can't see it. I have said that if EFCC got an order of court, you won't blame the EFCC until you interrogate that order, until you see the reasons that they gave the order, they gave it to the court. Even when you see the reasons, you still cannot say that EFCC has done any wrong thing. You now go back to court and say, court, this order you gave was obtained by fraud. The man didn't tell you the truth. He told you lies. And of course, you can't blame the court, because the court is not God. He doesn't know that EFCC told lies. So it is for sure state government to come and tell the court, look, EFCC told lies. Look at the correct position. If they bring documents to show and the court believes that EFCC told lies, court will deal with the EFCC. So that then, all I'm trying to say really is that what EFCC has done, they did it in accordance with the law. But I cannot see any reason why the EFCC will want to freeze the account of a state government. I can't see that reason. If they think that there's a looting or possibility of looting, then they should proceed against the man who is looting, not possibility. Because you can't say possibility, somebody intends to. No, the law does not, I mean, that one doesn't, there must be instances of looting. If somebody has looted the account of the state, you proceed against that person personally. You can't freeze the account of the state because somebody has looted the account of the state. So it is very, very wrong. It is wrong. And if we do not say that a wrong thing is wrong, then it means that something is even wrong with all of us. All right. So when such a thing is done, we won't begin to clap for it. Right. It's our duty to censure such an act, not to commend it.
All right. Honorable, I was going to ask if, by virtue of your exposure to law and practice, have you seen any precedents of this nature? Because I know before the law, people cite precedents, to empower actions that are taken. I don't know if you've seen or able to cite any precedents of this nature.
You see, remember I did say that a person in law means a natural person. It also means an artificial person. You are a natural person. Aneke TV is an artificial person. Osun State government is an artificial person. So EFCC can freeze the account of any person if EFCC obtains the order of court. In fact, it is the court that will freeze the account, not EFCC. Court is merely sending EFCC to go and do it. EFCC, go and freeze Mr. Okeke's account. So it's the court that has done it. Because in law, we say that if anybody does a thing through another, he has done it himself. If I tell you to go and do something, it is me that did it. Not considering the fact that it was you that actually performed the act. But because I sent you to go and do it, it means that I did it. So it is the court actually that froze the account of Osun State. That the court merely sent EFCC to go and do it. Because somebody must perform an act. So that the person that matters is the person that issued the order. So now that the order has been issued and EFCC has done it, it is for the law to take its full course. And it will be wrong if Osun State begins to dilly-dally because the president has intervened and asked EFCC to defreeze the account. They need to get to the bottom of it. Because if you do not, then it will also happen to other governments. And you see, the problem is that it could happen to a government at the very time that it will become very, very irreparable. Right now, Osun State has about 7 or 8 days or so to
Osun election?
Yes, to face an election. That's the governor and whoever, members of the assembly, House of Reps and all that. They are soon facing an election. So if in such a situation, they now say, okay, because our account has been defrozen, let's let the sleeping dog lie. Nobody knows who it will happen to tomorrow. So it's important to get to the end of it, so that if it's at the end of the day declared to be an illegality, that illegality will not take place tomorrow.
All right. On that note, we'll go to a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe this issue. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching The Insight, and with us is Honorable Nwabeze Ugu, a constitutional lawyer and human rights activist, former member in Enugu State House of Assembly, helping us to analyze the issues surrounding the freezing of Osun State account. We are taking a look at the federal agency, their power, their constitutional power to freeze a state account. And Honorable, so far so good, it's been a pleasure. But let's look at another dimension in this issue. The independence of the EFCC in this matter has called to question, especially given the presidential intervention in this matter. Yes, I bet the fact that Mr. President said the timing is wrong or could be wrong, irrespective of the fact that EFCC may be right in doing their job or have gone to obtain a court order. But he did instruct EFCC to get a court order and see that they release the account of Osun State. And many people are shouting to the lack of independence of EFCC and interference by Mr. President. Let me get your opinion.
You see, when Chief Gani Femi was alive, there was an order that the court made, and the man said it was an Alawada comedy.
Come again, please.
There was an order, I can't remember the order now, that the court made sometime in the lifetime of Chief Gani Femi, in a matter that he took to court. So Gani described that order as an Alawada comedy.
Can we get interpretation to what that is?
Yes. He was referring to it as a comedy in a talk shop. There's a money market called Alawada. Okay. So he now he referred to it as a comedy that's been acted in that market.
Okay.
You see, the order made by Mr. President cannot make anything legal or illegal. It does not lie in the mouth of Mr. President to legalize an illegality committed by EFCC or to invalidate any good thing done by EFCC or indeed by any agency, be it federal, state, or whatever it is. It's not the president that governs Nigeria. It is the constitution that governs Nigeria. That's why it's often said that Nigeria is a constitutional democracy. That's why the Constitution said, Section 1, Subsection 2, that neither the entire country as a whole nor any part of it will be governed except in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. It didn't say except in accordance with the dictates, the whims and fancies of Mr. President. No. In accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. So it's the Constitution that governs Nigeria, not the President, not anybody else. So I'm saying that the EFCC cannot do anything just to probably give Mr. President the leeway or the option to now say, okay, EFCC, refrain from doing this. Nullify what you have done. Do it in a different way. Revoke whatever I have done. Return to status quo ante bellum. No. So I'm saying that whatever the EFCC has failed to do, they shouldn't wait for Mr. President to tell them to do it. Whatever they have done wrongly, they shouldn't wait for Mr. President to tell them to revoke it or to nullify it. And they should not be pardoned, assuming they did it wrongly. They shouldn't be pardoned because Mr. President has intervened. The law is a thing that is very consistent. The law is a thing that ought to be always insisted upon. It should always be implemented. It should always be enforced, no matter whose ought is God. You know, we say that fair justice shall right Kwelu. That let justice be done, though the heavens fall. Chukwudifu Akunlo Oputa was the Socrates of the Nigerian Supreme Court. He said that when justice is done, the heavens will not fall, the heavens will rejoice. So let the law be always insisted upon. If it's insisted upon, Nigerians will be the better for it. If we insist upon the provisions of the EFCC Act and upon the provisions of the Constitution in respect of this freezing of Osun State account, assuming that freezing was wrong, if Osun State insists on it and the people of this country insist that the proper things be done, it will not be good only for Osun State. It will also touch other states. It will also even touch the personnel of EFCC. Because assuming EFCC does something wrongly and insists that it be properly done, and the EFCC is wiped into line by the courts, either by telling them to pay damages or by sending some of them to prison, they will stop doing such thing. So that when the EFCC chairman, the current EFCC chairman, ceases from being EFCC chairman, And just like what's happening to Magu, and the man is probably unduly, invalidly, illegally arrested or maliciously charged to court. He can go to court and say, see, what EFCC did is wrong. And assuming that the court had set EFCC up and stopped them from doing illegal things, probably if after Magu had retired, EFCC will not go and arrest him, assuming he did nothing. I'm not saying he didn't do anything, but I'm saying in the event that he didn't do and he didn't run foul of the law. Assuming there had been a precedent before he retired, before he was removed as chairman, which makes EFCC to sit up, and EFCC will not go to arrest him. So the implication of what I'm trying to say is that when things are done properly, it's good. It becomes good for everybody. When you are in a position of authority today and you are doing the thing and rejoicing and you are happy, that same act which you performed while you are in office can come back tomorrow to haunt you. You may fall to the same sword tomorrow when you cease being the chairman of EFCC. So that's why I'm saying that if the court were to insist on the proper things being done, and assuming the EFCC did it wrongly, and the court says, why did you do what you did? Okay, Mr. A, go to prison. Mr. B, go to prison. Mr. C, you are sacked from work. Mr. D, you are interdicted. This person, you are forfeiting all the money that had been paid to you in EFCC. Refund all of them. Or so person, you have been dismissed. You won't be paid your entitlements. These things will make them to sit up. So that even when the current chairman of EFCC is removed, because he can't be there forever. It's not his father's property. He must sometime leave the office. So assuming he leaves the office tomorrow, and EFCC, assuming the court now forces him to do the proper thing, if he leaves the office tomorrow, the subsequent chairman of EFCC will not come and perform any wrong act against him. That's why it's always important to ensure that the law is properly followed, because it will not only be good for the person that is the villain, it will also be good for the man who is today in office, because he must certainly leave the office tomorrow. He cannot be there ad infinitum ad nauseam, because like I did say, it doesn't belong to his father. It's a public office.
All right. Honorable, let's talk a little bit of the political side of this whole issue. And I'm asking, do you think that the actions of EFCC in a way has caused political irreparable damage to the Osun government, being that they are headed into election in few days?
There is no doubt that it has. And you know, that was the clear intendment from the one. That was the reason. You don't need to be told that was why EFCC did what it did. Just to ensure that the government currently there now loses the trust of the people, loses election, put the government into confusion, so that they will no longer face election. They will want to, they will be preoccupied with trying to extricate the government from the pit into which EFCC has thrown them. So that may be the intention. And I think that by all interpretation, it does seem that that is the intendment. And if that's the intendment, then of course, common sense will tell us that the people who did it sat down and looked at the pros and the cons. And they also knew that it was going to be effective. That's why they did it.
Okay. Well, Honorable, asking hypothetically, should the outcome of this election not favor the Adeleke himself, who is the sitting governor, and he happens to have, gotten a positive response from their suit against EFCC, I'm speaking as a constitutional lawyer, is there any way in our law that permits him to challenge the very outcome of that election on the premise of what has happened before the court?
He cannot.
He cannot.
He just cannot. Because the election is, you can't be heard to say that because of what happened, what EFCC did or anybody did, you didn't have the freedom to go and campaign to the people. No, you can't. You can't say that. You also cannot say that because of what EFCC did, you didn't have the opportunity of giving money to your agents, to your party agents, to go and work. So they didn't work for you. And so because they didn't work for you, your votes were stolen by other political parties. You can't say that. So that is, so like I did say, remember I said that I, as a human being, cannot see that what the EFCC did can be justified. It can be justified. And they knew, even before doing it, that it's unjustifiable. All that was sought to be achieved was to put the government into this position of higgledy-piggledy, so that they will be struggling to restore that account instead of facing election, doing the last campaign, and then sitting down to plan how to protect their votes. That may most likely be the intendment. And remember that if that is the intendment, it means that even the people that did it knew it was wrong. And they also know that the court is going to turn it. It's going to revoke the order, and they probably reprimand EFCC. But what is important to them is that the aim that they set out to achieve, they have achieved.
The aim they set out to achieve, they have achieved.
That's correct.
All right, so, Honorable, before I let you go, asking this scenario now, which is before the courts, because we know that the Osun State government have gone to the courts, to ask questions. And I'm asking, is this an opportunity for the judiciary to draw a clear line, between the independence of the Nigerian states and the investigative powers of EFCC vis-a-vis, protecting fiscal federalism in Nigeria?
You see, I want to be very frank with you that, yes, I agree that the courts should, because the Lord Denning of the British House of Lords, he has remained the most quoted member of the British House of Lords. He was a master of the rolls. He was very highly intelligent. He appeared to have been, it appears that God gave him law when God was creating him, and also gave him literature. The man did say that the judge is not an automata. That you don't expect the judge to be a robot, to be an ion. The judge is a human being and has brain. Remember that the human brain is the most complicated thing in the universe. It has billions of nerve cells. There is nothing as complicated in the world as the brain. We have brains. We have our brains. It is expected that every court that gets such an application, the judge ought to warn himself that Osun State, in as much as you were not told in that application that Osun State is facing you will be facing an election in less than 2 weeks, you are expected to know. You will not take judicial notice of it. Or you can even, yes, you should take judicial notice of it. Because it's a thing that is of public knowledge. It's a thing, it's the acts of INEC has also stated that this state will face election on so date. You know that this thing must have a nexus with that election. And so I expect that the judge will say, no, please. The law didn't say that whatever application EFCC brings, you are duty bound to approve of it, to make the order. The law didn't say so. Otherwise, the law wouldn't have had any need to say, apply to the judge, apply to the court. The law would have given EFCC sweeping powers to do it on her own without going to any court. So by the fact that the law said go to court means that the thing is not automatic. The law didn't give you sweeping powers. The law wants somebody else that has judicial eyes to look at it. The fact that I have judicial eyes means that you very well remember that twin pillar of natural justice. The most important section of the Constitution, section 36. Let the other side be heard. Or the term pattern. Let the other side be heard. If you must take a decision on any issue affecting a human being, affecting an artificial person, hear that artificial person, hear that human being. Again, the law also does not insist that if the law says that an ex parte, you can make an order ex parte, that you should make that order ex parte. You can say, oh, yes, the law gives you the right to bring this application to me as the judge, ex parte, but please put the other side on notice. Serve the other side. Serve Osun State government. Let them come. I want to hear them before I make any order. The court has the authority to do that. Many courts have been doing it. Even that court, even that judge that issued that order, I'm certain, has also done it in several cases. So if you think that there is some undercurrent, that some water has passed under the bridge, you tell them to go and put Osun State government on notice, so that let the two sides come before you, so that you take a decision one way or another. That is, without that decision which the court says, which the law says should be provisional. That to even decide whether you make this order provisionally, I want to hear Osun State government. That's what I expected the judge to do.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable. But finally, just in 1 minute, assuming you had the brief of the Nigerian state, both Osun, the EFCC, the federal government, and the people of Nigeria, what will you be advising from the position of law at this point?
What I'll be advising is that's why I told you that Lord Denning said that the judge is not an automata. The judge is not a plastic child. The judge is a human being with brain. The judge should always use his brain to know the proper thing to do and to know when to do it. My advice to this country, to the people of this country, is that the law should always be followed, but the law has a human face. The law is not an iron. It always has a human face. That's why I said from the beginning that there is no right that is absolute. The law will tell you that this must be done like this, but every rule under the law has exceptions. That's why a lot of people always say that the law is an ass, because it's like a sea that is vast and vacillating. It is overlapping and bewildering. It's like the Atlantic Ocean. If you go to the Atlantic Ocean now, and you are you want to catch fishes from the Atlantic or from any river or any ocean or any sea, if you put your bet into the Atlantic, there's a possibility that you can get any fish. It's not only one fish that is in the Atlantic. There are over 1 million species of fishes. And you do not know the one you collect. But what is important is that we have a lot of options. That's why I said that there is no law that does not have, that doesn't have options. There's no law that is automatic. There's no law that has no exceptions. There is exception to every rule under the law and under anything whatsoever. And the judge is not, has his brain, and they must always use his brain. That's why Nigerians did not put a robot to be the judge. They put a human being.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable. That's our time today on The Insight. Honorable Nwabeze Ugu is a constitutional lawyer and human rights activist, a former member of Enugu State House of Assembly. Thank you very much, Honorable.
I'm grateful, my brother. I'm also grateful to our viewers.
All right. And to you, our wonderful viewers, let's know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all on our social media handles at Aneke TV. To come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday. From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forests and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara, Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.